Why is that person so fucking mad over them just saying StarCraft, not StarCraft 1? It makes no sense. It's very strange. Hello. It's time for another showing. Boop, boop, boop. Fantastic, lovely, excellent, very cool. I don't want to faff about too much because we have quite a bit to get through. Where is video game? Get this shit out of the way. Very cool, very good. Doo-doo. Flip. Alright. Should be able to go to the next phase. Hopefully. For realsies this time. All right. Now, I really don't understand why that tiny chat fucking notification is there. That is, or sleepy chat rather, not tiny chat. Why the hell is it there? But why? Alright. Alright, well, we have fixed quartz production. Utilizing new quartz recipe, which I don't have the belt throughput for. Story of my life. But it is quite alright. But hey, all of this is functioning as expected. Really, the only thing that's left to make, or to remake, basically, is black powder, explosives, and perhaps to start a setup for the but bog earth. And then we can move on to the next phase. Because I've been just kind of dirtling about, not really doing much of anything at the moment. Very, very much so. I've been just mostly dirtling about. Not ideal, obviously, but it's not the end of the world either. I think I'm just going to have... Yeah, I think I'm just going to make the explosives here, then. I think that would be just the easiest. I'll come up with something. I'll cook something up. But I would like to have explosives again. In order to just do a lot of landscaping. All I wanted to do also with the other setup, the setup for the quartz, is to just essentially reintegrate it, in essence. Not to actually bring it into the fold quite yet, but to just have it be ready and be prepared. Okay, so that's an additional way out to connect to the main road. I wanted to use the roads here, but I think I won't because I don't want to cause some clutter, I think. So I'm not going to do that. We're going to do something else. I'm going to just stick explosives production here, remove these lights, turn these into T-junctions, and then go from there, I believe. Whoops. Thanks for the fucking lag spike game. Why are you like this? I will never understand why this shit runs so fucking poorly. Only when I'm streaming, by the way. Otherwise it runs fine. No problems. Okay. We don't want to undo the paths. That is unnecessary. Paths stay as is. Okay, so just in case I fuck up, we'll make a save. Alright, small road, T-junction, lovely. We will need 2 of these specifically. And this is looking snug as a bug. Son of a bitch. I missed one row. That will need to be remedied. Yes, that will need to be remedied. God damn it. Ugh, I love building infrastructure. It's my favorite thing to build. Son of a bitch. Man, we're being extra fucking stuttery today, eh? Jesus. I really hope it's not one of my components dying for my computer. It's causing all this fucking stuttering. We haven't even done like any of the crazy shit in this game. I mean, this game, Satisfactory is very... it's not that it's very unoptimized. The problem is its engine. The game engine that it's in Unreal 5. Unreal 5 for a game like this is a questionable decision. A very, very questionable decision. Should be at least one more row. Fucking stupid ass fucking goddamn. Don't even have that many fucking polygons in. I blame Unreal Engine 5 for this. Jesus fuck. We gotta fucking put this over here. You 235. You put this. Oh, I removed the wrong segment. I did not want to remove that segment. It's fine. Not much. We're doing a little bit of renovating. Alright, so just in case I do fuck up. I guess I also have an interview tomorrow. Pre-screening, of course. But it's better than nothing, I suppose. We'll see how that goes. Alright. Daring today, shall I say. Alright, we need to remove one more row. A double puttis. Very daring. But yeah, I would have started a lot earlier today. But I needed to wait for to have a chat with my old roommate so I can ask him some very important questions. Actually, I won't touch the signs. The signs can stay as is. I need to have a anime question clarified. Path was removed. That's fine. That should be fine. Yeah, that's fine. Lovely. God, this lag is... Oh, God, it's so fucking bad, dude. I hate it's that it's just this fucking bad. It would be much easier if I were to just fucking make the blueprint, but I'm just being lazy, to be honest. I'm being kind of fucking lazy. It's a little awkward. The walkway is just kind of floating there. It's a little awkward. Not the end of the world. These are just meant to unload anyways, so it's fine. Modular frames. Need more modular frames. Actually, I didn't undo that storage container I had. Back by the rebuilding of the quartz build. Which is done. We're remaking quartz. Can't complain. Excuse me. But yeah, so we now have this little segment here of road and whatnot. Very cool. And there be all our quartzing. Which will be useful eventually. Just not right now. But eventually, they will be. They'll be very useful. Lovely. Truck station. You will not be set to load. You'll be set to unload. You're going to be coal unload. Black powder. Actually, no, this should be the pipe unload. Pipe unload explosives. I'm not spelling Noblisk. Don't care. Don't care. Didn't ask. Plus you're white. Ah. Okay, that's that. And then we need to just rip apart 2 of these other segments. Then we'll get building the actual production of our explosives. Then we'll be good to move on. But first, should we get started with some segment? Doot. Man, more and more polls are just coming out for Abdul. And it looks so bad for Haley Stevens. The only poll, the only constituency that she has is just 65 and olders. Abdul has his clutches on literally everybody else. I'm gonna start doing the thing that I've been doing with all the blue MAGA types who are like, "Oh, we're gonna lose in Michigan." Do you live in Michigan? I'm just gonna keep saying, do you live in Michigan? Because it's pretty much perfect for all these people, for these individuals who love to complain about Abdul or any sort of progressive challenge to power. It's like, oh, do you live in the state that Abdul currently is running for? Oh, you don't? Then shut the fuck up. Shut your goofy ass up. No one asked. No one cares. And you're stupid. I need to ask Boy Meets Mini if Boy Meets Mini ever does show up. Although I think he's going to be late, 'cause I think he's at work or something. I think. I need to ask him, or any of the other Hasanabi heads that sort of pop by, a question about Eric Hovagim. Because apparently Eric Hovagim is, what was I saying? Eric Hovagim is apparently a producer for Hassan's broadcasts? Question mark. And the evidence these guys are utilizing is some like random podcast that apparently exposes this. It's just like, okay. I mean, I think Eric Hovagim is a little cringe, but like otherwise, who cares? Anywho, let's get started with this stuff. Oh, I should turn off the audio while I work. Lovely. All right. Guys, did you know that Lindsey Graham is dead? Shocking news, I know. Very, very sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Despacito. Blah, 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 blah. I think it was not that long ago. I think it was 2 days ago or yesterday, something like that. That time of recording, of course. It was Lindsey Graham's funeral for the special place in hell he's probably burning in or something. Yeah, probably. But Lindsey Graham, there was an award that he didn't like, which unironically the president says in his eulogy for him, contradicting stuff that Sean Hannity said, which is going to be, I think, the first clip that pops up in this Majority Report segment. I'm mostly just going over this just for the express purpose of having the collection of all the clips, because I don't want to go find like a bunch of separate Twitter threads about it or whatever, mostly. And it's nice and succinct and summarized here. But I mostly just want to say that nobody really cares about the fact that Lindsey Graham died. Like, instantaneously, as soon as he died, every sort of like weirdo conservative used the body while it was still hot as a propaganda tool in order to talk about, oh, how much they love Israel and simp for Israel and blah, 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 blah. Like, as soon as the body was, like, hasn't even gone cold, was still warm, they immediately used it, you know, the Benjamin Netanyahu, the Republicans, blah, 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 even some Democrats, for fuck's sake, but whatever. They immediately used his body to talk about Israel, how much they love Israel, and all this fucking bullshit, yada, 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 because Lindsey Graham was a gigantic simp to Israel. He loves Israel, he loves bombing Palestinian children, blah, 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 blah. And it just seems like nobody gives a shit at all about the fact that this goofy-looking head-ass, Lindsey Graham, is now, well, dead, which is kind of funny. Yeah, it's mostly kind of funny. What do we got here?
Lindsey, he was often unfairly characterized as a warmonger. I've heard that false criticism a lot. It's not true. The truth was the opposite.
What? Extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw war that he didn't.
Very, very. I can't believe that Lindsey Graham is called the warmonger. Lindsey Graham was very, very hawkish. There was not a war he didn't love. Hilarious.
Like, only his true friends would understand that.
Yesterday was Lindsey Graham's funeral, and you might be wondering, how could they fill a church with people who care about Lindsey Graham? He leaves behind no real family outside of his siblings. He was barely even mourned immediately after his death, before he was being basically batted like a piñata, his corpse was, to get
he wanted
goodies
to
out
make
of
sure
it.
that the military-industrial complex had more than enough.
I mean, Netanyahu batting his body. Can we get some
get
Israel
more
aid to
money
fall out
for
of this?
Israel.
Trump, save act. Let's go. Honestly, as he died, they were honoring him, being used.
Yeah, like unironically, the Republicans, what they did immediately before the body even went cold, like they were trying to push for policy, which is so funny. It's like, bro hasn't even been put in a casket or anything. What the fuck, man? It really should just tell you how much, I guess, for like lack of a better term, how much the Republican Party as like an entity, it's the evil entity that it is very, very much so like always locked in on just wanting to do anything possible to just pass their, well, the evil fucking agenda.
In a really cynical way, to kill children overseas and for the Republican agenda at home. Frankly, Lindsey would have wanted that. So they honored this unloved man in his death as he would have wanted it in life. In addition, there was like a bipartisan push to send Ukraine arms, right? That was in honor of Lindsey Graham, where it's just like,
sure,
you know, I would hope that enriching defense manufacturers isn't the thing I'm most remembered for, or the thing that people feel is the dearest to my heart, but I guess that's Lindsey Graham.
I think Lindsey Graham would want to be remembered by that.
Trump was in attendance, Netanyahu was in attendance as well, and Trump fell asleep multiple times. You can find that footage. He's almost sleeping here, but it seems like in an effort to wake himself up, he decided to have a little bit of a breath mint, a Tic Tac, and yeah, I don't know. Just play the video, and you'll get to enjoy this, because it's quite
I care so much about this funeral, folks. Let me tell you.
So boring.
JD?
You like these ones? Came out in 1985.
JD turns down the Tic Tac, which, weird move. I would always say yes. Here he goes. Oh!
How the hell do I open this thing?
Nope, that's when it Go back.
Bro,
go back.
he fucking...
Did you see? Falling Tic Tac, he missed his...
Dude, he fucking whiffed. He's so old, and his hand-eye coordination is so fucking bad that he whiffed the fucking Tic Tac into his mouth. Dude, that's so fucking funny, man. Listen, guys, trust me, I have very good hand-eye coordination. I can tell where my mouth is when I throw the Tic Tac in my mouth. Let me tell you, folks, I definitely know.
His mouth. God, I wish the camera didn't zoom in here so we could...
That's the thing is, I'm not sure if that's a...
Yes, it's...
That's cuff.
Press play. You'll see it fall. You saw it. Yeah. You saw it. It's right on his tie.
Right. I was looking at the cuff.
Yes, that's the Tic Tac. He couldn't get it. Tic Tac. He couldn't get it.
No, listen. I'm telling you. Okay, this is my conspiracy theory, because the camera is not really helping here. He had the Tic Tac in his mouth. He threw it in, and he fucking missed his mouth. He definitely fucking tried to throw it in and miss. I think we're dealing with someone whose hand-eye coordination is just simply put that bad.
In his mouth. God, I'm calling it TikTok now. This is the reverse Chuck Schumer, the ticky-tacky. So, yeah, there he is. Let's go to his disappointed face, though, and him trying to play it off. Trump was right about everything.
Easy come, easy go. Look how much lighter his hand is than his face.
Oh, God.
Why does he pucker?
The coloration is so weird,
can he not
man.
grip the Tic Tac in his fingers? I don't know.
Have you seen The Gods Must Be Crazy? Like, he was playing with that Tic Tac case like the Coke bottle that fell out of the airplane.
I know. This is his fidget spinner. All right, now let's see him successfully get it and then try to play it off.
Dude, fucking, listen, Donald Trump's autism bit is is playing with a fucking Tic Tac bottle.
He won.
I threw it back in, folks. I did a great job. I did it for Lindsey, folks.
He cannot focus.
Right.
None of them can. They're all just having a great time.
Destin gets a Tic Tac now. What's next, dude? This
JD,
one also was very
Tic-Tac?
amusing to me. You know, sometimes people go up to the coffin where their loved ones are laid to rest, and they say a somber word. You know, if you're Ruth Bader Ginsburg's trainer, you do push-ups in front of her casket. Trump doesn't want to do anything that's...
Wait, did that actually happen? Like, I'm inclined... Okay, I'm like... Because, yeah, for a long time, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she was extremely old and definitely selfish for the fact that she did not want to retire during Obama's term because for, you know, woke 1.0, we're going to be a little edgy, we hate the libtard wokeness. of the fact that Ruth Bader Ginsburg wanted to retire under the first female president. It's just like, wow, you are one of the most self-entitled fucking pricks on the fucking goddamn planet. No, like, you're old, get replaced by Obama. Like, fuck off. Like, this is politics, you dumbass, and not weird, like, fucking virtue signaling. Like, this is why, you know, I've talked about this, like, concept before, you know, the sort of, like, Nietzschean will to power. If there is a subset of, you know, like a subset of individuals with such a lack of fucking political conviction, it's fucking liberals, man. Like, Ruth Bader Ginsburg being the type to be like, I want to retire and have my replacement happen during the first female president of the United States. Like, dog, fuck off with that bullshit.
You know, physically exerting here. So here he is sending Lindsey off in the most nonchalant way possible.
This is what Lindsey would have wanted, folks.
Going down some stairs there, a little bit risky. There you go.
A double tap, just like you would have wanted, just like the girls' school, remember?
Exactly.
I've seen so many... Okay, listen, as much as I don't like generative AI, it's cringe, stipulations and everything. The fucking AI edits I've seen of, like, I don't know, like, Donald Trump, like, knocking over the casket, revealing, like, Lindsey Graham in this, like, ladybug outfit, and he's like a demon, like a zombified, like, remains. He all of a sudden got, like, reanimated, and he has, like, a staff that shoots lasers or something. It's... Okay, the only question that I have is, why the fuck is Lindsey Graham in a ladybug outfit? That is the only question that I have out of all of this, in particular. Why the ladybug outfit? Did he have, like, a particular fondness for ladybugs? I'm not going to say that I knew much about Lindsey Graham on, like, a personal level. Would I ever want to know much about Lindsey Graham on a personal level? No, not really. I would prefer to, I think, do anything else besides learn more about Lindsey Graham than I already know about Lindsey Graham. But did he have, like, a particular fondness for ladybugs or something? Like, I may be missing some kind of context here. Really, the only thing that I will personally ever remember Lindsey Graham for is the fact that he's evil and he just wants, I don't know, like, more Palestinians or brown people to just die in the Middle East and get more money for the military-industrial complex.
Remember?
It's like somebody said Abdul El-Sayed's going to win on Tuesday, and Emma's next to the coffin.
knock on wood. Yeah.
Can't believe that.
God,
Emma
I hope they, in the
would do
coffin,
that.
to honor him, they should just play a soundtrack of drone strikes and women and children screaming, and then he will be laid to rest in earnest.
It'd be funny if his Disney wand started buzzing.
That's
after
actually so fucking goddamn true. Holy shit, dude. Listen, again, there was not a war, as even the President of the United States himself says, that Lindsey Graham did not like. God, the fact that Sean Hannity was trying to be like, people keep calling Lindsey Graham a war criminal, a warmonger. I don't really understand why people do that. It's just like, dog, have you ever seen Lindsey Graham talk for longer than 5 minutes? He loves talking about blowing up children in the Middle East. That's like his main shtick.
He knocked on the casket that they buried him with.
He wants to be buried in a tutu.
With the glitter Disney wand.
With his glitter Disney
You just
wand.
hear him muted like, let her go, let her go.
Trump also gave some remarks. Here he is eulogizing.
Oh, also, I know, like, apparently, like, the meme is that, like, you know, Lindsey Graham was, like, a closeted gay man. And, you know, the funniest part about him, like, running in 2016 is that him as a closeted gay man, which would definitely have come out against him, because we're talking about the Republican Party here again. That definitely would have been weaponized against him. So I find it, like, listen, I find it so fucking hilarious that there are just all these constant instances of these gay Republicans just, like, running in the party. And it's one of those things where it's just like, dog, like, what are you fucking doing there? Like, you people are aware that they hate you in that fucking party. Like, you know, it's one of those things where it's very often it's like a kicking the ladder from up under yourself kind of a deal, but also like a understanding that, well, you know, I got mine, who the fuck cares? Everyone else can just, like, eat shit and suffer. Which, those are, like, the kinds of people I would, broadly speaking, say that I I hate the most. I really hate the types of people who are just not willing to show any solidarity with those who have lesser than them because they have like some form of like strange superiority complex. Like, bro, you're not any fucking better, dude. Like, you're deciding to fucking side with the side, go with the side of Satan for like what exactly? Because you got yours, bro. That's like unironically demonic.
Lindsey Graham and admitting that not a lot of people liked him, basically.
Heated things got in Washington. Virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but he
Okay, this is listen. This is what I said constantly with Trump. Trump is one of the most unintentionally funny motherfuckers on the goddamn planet, where he'll just be like, yeah, you know what? A lot of people liked Lindsey Graham. Well, not actually, not really. A bunch of people didn't really like him, but he was a great fighter. Like the sort of like justification there, a thought process. If I were to take an assumption, the reason why he thinks like that is because of the fact that nobody also likes him. So he's just like, listen, I love the fact that Lindsey, he's not liked by anyone, and I'm not liked by anyone. So the fact that he's such a fighter in this way is just so good. It's great.
sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie. Okay, I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, Darlene, but he was beautiful.
That's my favorite part. But he was beautiful. Was he? Lady G?
Buying time to find his place in the speech. He didn't even know he said he was beautiful.
But he looked at Darlene and he was like, maybe I could get down with that Lindsey in a wig.
I love
but
Lindsey.
He was beautiful.
He's so beautiful, folks.
They also had another man eulogize Lindsey Graham, Sean Hannity, as one does, news anchor, eulogizing a senator. Interesting. Here he is saying what he thinks Lindsey Graham will be doing in heaven when he gets there. And I don't believe...
Oh, his dumbass is definitely not in fucking heaven, dude. His dumbass is absolutely in fucking hell, dude. Yeah, like, anyone who says that Lindsey Graham is in heaven, His dumbass is not sitting the pearly gates for the amount of advocacy he has done for the bombing of fucking brown children overseas.
Believe in heaven, but I can't imagine Lindsey Graham would be there.
No, he's not.
He's definitely
if there's a hell, Lindsey Graham is 100% there, but I guess in the topsy-turvy world of Sean Hannity, heaven is where you go when you believe in mass murder and help commit it all the time.
You know, whatever happened to... Also, is Lindsey Graham, like, particularly religious himself? Like, I have no... Again, like... fault me for not being a Lindsey Graham head. You know, shocker, I know. Daho, how dare you not be a massive Lindsey Grammer, a big old Lindsey Graham guy? I know, I'm sorry. You know, a little cringe, a little edgy. Sorry, I guess I hate all gay people or something. You know, many such cases. Was he religious? Well, was he like a Christian or something? Did he practice all that much? I have no idea. Like, what sect of Christianity did Lindsey Graham practice? It's just very, very strange that we immediately just do like the Christian LARP and bullshit like that. Because it's just like I sit there and I think to myself, like, in what way would any sort of like Christian evangelical within the Republican Party at all be a fan of fucking Lindsey Graham? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's like they would have hated him for the fact that he was a homosexual, a closeted homosexual, allegedly. They would have hated him for the fact that you know, if evangelicals are actual practicing religions, they would hate him for the fact that he basically violates the 10 Commandments like constantly. Like, you know, the most, even like the most basic of ones, like thou shalt not kill. Like, Lindsey Graham loved fucking killing people, loved advocating for the murder of people overseas all the fucking goddamn time. So it's just like, I find it particularly strange that Christians would have any sort of affinity to him. Well, then again, if we're talking about Christian Zionists here, we all know that those guys, in reality, it's all just a fucking LARP for a lot of these people because of, you know, alignment of capital interests and a whole bunch of other fucking hooey.
Lindsey, Mr. President, I would argue in my mind, probably has a heavenly version of Mar-a-Lago. It may even be a little bigger.
Dude. Heavenly Mar-a-Lago. Dude, yeah, Mar-a-Lago is just is heaven for these fucking people. God, like the sycophancy is just, it's genuinely fucking insane, man. Yeah, Mar-a-Lago, known sort of like heavenly aura around it, and not the stank pedophilic one.
He may have a little more gold than...
Wait, bigger? No, that's not possible. Mar-a-Lago is the most gold, it's the biggest. Heaven is not going to steal my shine.
Even in heaven, these guys have exclusive sort of gilded cages that they retreat to.
And I bet they checked ID before he got in there.
You're right, just like you would do at Olive Garden.
You gotta go through 2 sets of gates, okay? The pearly gates, everyone gets through them.
Oh my god, yeah, the president did say in like a speech that there has to be ID in order to go to like fucking Olive Garden, didn't he? Oh god, Jesus Christ, man.
Gates. We're gonna do better gates, better than Pearl. Pearl is actually very
Pearl is stupid and ugly, folks. It's all about gold.
That only a few people in heaven can get through.
I like the idea of Trump being really pissed that Sean Hannity would suggest that in heaven that they were in any way able to improve on his Florida golf club. How dare you?
My golf
Lindsey's
club's
up there
better.
pushing for the same
Fuck
heaven.
It may even be a little bigger. He may have a little more gold in the Oval Office in his mansion in heaven.
Lock him up.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he added one big, beautiful ball.
Sorry, what was that you tried to say? Wouldn't be surprised if what?
He's literally looking at Trump in the eyes as he does this.
More like, yeah, because he's trying to like ham-fist in all of like Donald Trump's fucking political policies in order to, I don't know, appease to Trump specifically. Guys, I thought we were eulogizing Lindsey Graham here, not fucking jingling keys for the president of the United States.
I mean,
and he like doesn't say anything sensible. I don't even understand what point he's making.
I mean, honestly, a public hand job would be more dignified than what this is.
You didn't understand him because Trump's, you know what was in his mouth.
Yeah, the cock's in there.
In the Oval Office in his mansion in heaven. And I wouldn't be surprised if he added one big, beautiful ballroom and an arch somewhere on the property.
All the fucking dumb fuck like construction projects that Trump wants to build in order to sort of have some kind of a legacy for himself when he inevitably dies because he's fucking old. Just like being ham-fisted in here is just, it's fucking peak, dude. And these motherfuckers like to say that left-leaning people are the fucking simps to authoritarianism. Like, okay, bro.
Obviously duplicate his dearest friend in life, you, Mr. President.
John McCain is like, also, John McCain's in hell right now, having reunited with Lindsey Graham. They are
recreated that Vietnamese torture dungeon
exactly.
he was in.
they are tongue kissing, and he's looking up saying like, his dearest friend in life. We were basically openly in love with each other. Yeah. But that was Lindsey Graham, too. He needed a man to worship and to follow. And it was always a man. Yeah. And Trump filled that void when his closest friend died. So, yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't in attendance. And
Wait, okay, hold on. Okay, I might be missing some context here myself. Something that I may just not be particularly aware of. Was Lindsey Graham like a giant John McCain simp or something? Like, I mean, it would make sense, right? Like, John McCain was also like an insane, like crazy warmongering fucking weirdo as well. Like, if we're talking about like arch fucking neocons, John McCain was certainly up there as well. I mean, he was a pilot in the Vietnam War, for fuck's sake. There wasn't a war that also John McCain didn't fucking like in particular. That's just a fact. Did Lindsey Graham simp for John McCain or something? Like, really? Is that true? Listen. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if this was the case, right? Like, I'm not saying this because it's like surprise or whatever. It's like, well, yeah, of course. Why am I not surprised at all by this whatsoever? I'm genuinely just like asking. Is like, is this true? Is this like, you know, we're doing a chat. Is this fucking real? Is this real? Is this true? I have no fucking idea because again, like, Lindsey Graham is like one of those characters that you don't really like think much about, but he just like kind of exists. He's like a very, very loud side character who will just like rah for like the main character at all times. Like, you know, we'll do like the kilotonic sort of analogy. He's like the weird side character who will like always laugh at the jokes of the like you know, more important characters, like, you know, let's say like the villain, or say the main character, in order to be like, guys, I'm signaling that I'm totally a part of this in group. Like, I'm well liked, I'm well received as a part of this fucking in group. Like, please don't fucking I don't know, bully me and try to like take my lunch money or some shit, something like that.
This is another part of Sean Hannity's speech here. Here he claims that Lindsey Graham was not a warmonger. No. He was actually a lover of peace, and whoever's operating the cameras here at Fox News did quite a good job in who they cut to.
I've known this man.
Oh.
Lindsey, he was often unfairly characterized as a warmonger. I've heard that false criticism a lot. It's not true.
Not
the truth
true.
is the opposite.
What? Extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw war that he didn't like.
Oh man! Unless it's the second time that clip is basically being played. Oh, why would you fucking do that? Like, immediately, like, the idea that, quote-unquote, Lindsey Graham is supposed to be this, like, dove for peace, it immediately just, like, destroyed. God, that's so funny, man.
Only his true friends would understand that. He wanted it for the good of our country.
Never saw a war he didn't like.
That's
Sean, he must have not known him really well. That's like the only thing that got him up in the morning.
Trump is so honest about people who have been mean to him in the past.
Exactly.
It's the only time he's honest. He was a war hawk. People didn't like him.
Right, but he likes a guy like that, though. He thinks that he's a tough, SOB. And I still think that it's interesting that Lindsey Graham had said that, like, you can get to Trump with a certain level of sycophancy, but when he feels like you're just sucking up to him at a certain level, he loses respect for you. And I think Lindsey Graham was smart enough to be able to toe that line to still get his agenda across, because Trump ran on no new wars, and this is hurting him. Gas prices are increasing.
By the way, this is like such a great point there by Emma. The level of fucking sycophancy, because Donald Trump himself has said that he likes to surround himself with fucking losers. Why? Because he has an inferiority complex. That's why he says he likes to surround himself with a bunch of fucking losers. The reason for that is because he himself wants to feel like he's like the bigger, smarter, like stronger man in the room, because of the fact that he is, well, egotistical, maniacal. He very, very much so just has like this feeling of inadequacy for the fact that, well, if I were to take a guess, probably not a lot of people also liked Donald Trump while he was like growing up as a fucking kid. If I were to take an assumption, like, he just seems like to have the type of personality and is like the type of person who is very abrasive, not pleasant to be around, just like kind of an asshole for like literally no reason, just a generally like kind of like ostensible like human being, like a little wretch basically. And it's just like, dog, should we really be surprised at all whatsoever that nobody was like a particularly big fan of the president for the fact that, he's like this miserable little fucking asshole and he's just like an egomaniacal fucking bitch because he was always born with a silver spoon in his mouth? Like, no one should really be surprised with that, right?
Food prices are increasing, fertilizer crisis. Like, this is an issue. How did Lindsey get his dying wish fulfilled? And I think it's because, he might contradict Trump at one point, but how did he do so? It would be to steer him towards some more hawkishness. And Trump is easily manipulated by guys like Lindsey Graham and guys like Benjamin Netanyahu. There's a reason that Lindsey Graham was Netanyahu's essentially favorite senator for decades. It's because Mossad probably had a thick-ass file, and he did his bidding, and they were similarly, hawkish creatures with one agenda in mind.
I mean,
listen, Lindsey Graham sure did love the Greater Israel Project.
Any sort of, if you're any supporter of Israel or like lead Zionist, would be very interested in a politician as subservient to the military-industrial complex as Lindsey Graham is. The thing that Trump said about Lindsey, not everybody liking Lindsey, but it's nice to say that, reminds me of this Mitchell and Webb look sketch. I'll just play about 30 seconds here about the best man speech at a wedding.
The most beautiful woman in the world, my wife.
True.
The most beautiful woman in the world? I don't think so, mate. I mean, honestly. Not nasty. It's not nasty to say someone isn't the most beautiful woman in the world, and she...
That is my entire life in one clip. That's the most relatable thing I've ever seen.
Let's not go overboard here. Sean Hannity pretending he didn't like war, and then people pretending people like Lindsey Graham. Trump's like, I'm old. I don't have time for this anymore.
Only his real friends knew.
Yeah, right. And they were golfing buddies, too. That was another way that Lindsey was able to ingratiate himself to Donald Trump. Golfing, and I'm sure losing on purpose as well.
And he loves when people give his home phone number away in a stump speech in 2016.
Oh my God. Yes. God.
Wait.
Yes. Trump.
Wait, fucking Donald Trump doxed Lindsey Graham on national television? Oh my God. No, Donald Trump would definitely be the type of dude who would dox someone on fucking national television. Oh my fucking God, dude. I listen. I have his phone number, folks. Let me tell you, he's such a Lindsey Graham. He's such a nice guy. He would give me his phone number. It was great. This is his phone number. Yo, that's fucking awesome, dude. What's up, Big Jerry?
Trump said, I mean, people forget that race. Lindsey Graham tried to run for president as a closeted gay man. So, like, I mean, just to give people a sense of how
pretty much sober.
Narcissistic you have to be. As if that wouldn't have indelibly harmed him in the Republican primary and he could have rode through all the way to the White House, or we're joking. But when he dropped out very early on, said that Trump was going to destroy the Republican Party, that he was a racist and a xenophobe, and that his Islamophobia was a problem.
True. These are all
didn't end up being the case. Like, that's where, what were we playing? Where, it was David Pakman claiming that the DSA is going to destroy the Democratic Party, like the Republican.
Yeah, we don't need to go into, like, the David Pakman sort of, like, nonsense, like, the schizophrenic belief that David Pakman has, saying, like, oh, yeah, dude, DSA is going to be the same, like, quote-unquote parasite that's going to destroy the Democratic Party, like how the MAGA destroyed the Republicans. It's just like, the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, this is fucking stupid. In every single way that could be, outlined as stupid as possible, people should outline how incredibly fucking nitwitted. Is that a word? Dim-witted. That's the word I'm looking for. That sort of quote-unquote analysis is there by David Pakman.
The party has been destroyed. It's like, what Lindsey Graham said about what was going to happen to the Republican Party being destroyed, like, it just didn't happen. They've gained more and more institutional power. They've gotten a wish list of items that they never thought they could imagine. The Iran war, are you joking? ICE budget exceeding the FBI. So they have this, like, this domestic surveillance force where you, with all these contracts to Palantir and big tech and weapons defense contractors are thrilled with this situation right now. Roe v. Wade was overturned, which people said could never happen because of precedent.
Literally because of and again, David Pakman, the only reason why the Republicans were able to literally get away with, I don't know, stealing the sun and more, is because of how ridiculously fucking ineffective the Democratic Party is. Now, here's the thing, and I've said this before. The problem initially was during, like, Woke 1.0, during Trump 1.0, everyone in the Democratic Party sort of had this, I don't know, like, silent solidarity, for lack of a better term, saying, like, Democrats, you guys are going to do such a great job at pushing back against Republicans. They didn't, obviously. They didn't really give much of a shit at all about the actions of the Republican Party, in fact. And they thought, stupidly, foolishly, obviously, that the Democrats were going to be an effective pushback against a lot of the inner desires of what the Republicans were at a sort of baseline as a party. Obviously, as we can all see now, that was a fucking lie. And more Democrats are coming to realize that is the case. That these motherfuckers within the Democratic Party are either just about as culpable or just completely and utterly complicit with the actions or like the most extreme actions that the Republican Party may, or is generally speaking, like, willing to go alongside with. Just in any way possible. Like, we've talked about the whole, like, how this is like America's Weimar moment with 3 Arrows. That video was very, very good, obviously. I've said this before. I think this might actually be worse, because at the very least, the SPD was trying to do something. Stupidly, they made a lot of mistakes. But the Democrats are just not willing to do anything whatsoever. I would make the argument that it is significantly worse.
Massive tax cuts. They've got more than they could ever bargain for. And if that's breaking the party, then sign me up for that happening.
Yeah, and that is what Lindsey Graham was wrong about. And he knew how to suck up to power, and he knew where the wind was blowing within his own party. And unfortunately, he actually got what he wanted before he died, which was this war in Iran.
Here's Trump in 2015 on this.
This is amazing. Doxing Lindsey Graham.
This is Senator Lindsey Graham. I wonder if it would be possible for you to call Fox.
Different
because,
guy.
until I ran, I had that little thing which I do just for fun. Fox and Friends is so great. Brian and Steve and Elizabeth. They're great people, right? They're great. And he wanted to know whether or not I could give him a good reference on Fox and Friends, okay? He wanted to know, would I do that? And then, of course, he wanted to know whether or not he could come and see me for some campaign contribution. And he gave me his number, and I found the card.
He fucking doxes him live in national television. Oh my fucking god! Look at the fucking face of this one lady at the fucking side right here. She's like, oh my god, oh my lord, that's crazy. Yeah, because it's kind of crazy. Oh man, also, like, God, Trump just sounds so much more with it just 10 years ago alone. Jesus Christ, how I suppose the mighty have fallen.
I wrote the number down. I don't know if it's the right number. Let's try it. 202.
Just starts listing it out.
I don't know. Maybe it's, it's 3-4 years ago, so maybe it's an old number. 202.
Listen, I've said this before, I'll say it again, but Trump is unintentionally one of the funniest motherfuckers on the planet.
So, I don't know, give it a shot.
The fucking jabroni on the left is laughing.
He did it twice.
God, that's so fucking funny, man.
He gave a visual and he returned to say the number 2 times.
Listen, guys, this is Lindsey Graham's number. Beep. Beep.
You missed it the first time.
For a split second there, I thought he just held it up. I thought I was misremembered him actually reading it out. No, he reads it out 2 times to make sure you got it. Hey, no, try it out.
Yeah, try that number out.
It's crazy how much he slowed down, too.
It really is, yeah.
That's what you do to your best friend.
A dozen male escorts heard that phone number and were like, God, I had to memorize that
He's
thing.
gonna change his number.
All the fucking people on Grindr trying to get to fucking Lindsey Graham or something. Holy shit. Oh my God, I can now, like, plow a senator in the ass. Holy shit, that's crazy. So fucking good.
Now I'm not gonna be able to get my easy
right,
rent.
right, exactly. I was able to overcharge this desperate queen.
Hilarious.
It goes off the rails fast.
I know. Philadelphia too. God, he was so fucking funny. It's incredible. I know.
Oh man, yeah, it's hilarious. Oh, but yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Yeah, as we can all clearly see, nobody gave a fuck at all about Lindsey Graham's dying, whatsoever. Literally, his body was immediately paraded for Trump to push for his own fucking agenda, Benjamin Netanyahu's agenda as well, and also for the fact that no one really seemed to have much positive to say about him besides for the fact that he loved war. People saying that, wait, hold on, Lindsey Graham actually didn't like war, and then immediately saying that people didn't like war, or that he actually just he loved war, that he didn't like war, and he also loved war, because that's like basically the shtick of Lindsey Graham, is that he has always been like a warmongering little freak, the arch neocon of all fucking neocons. Very, very fucking funny, dude. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. This is who we're going to be dunking on. Another think before you sleep video. All right. The woman, I think she's a cosplayer. I think. Lefty, I think her name is Evie or something. I don't know exactly who this is. Some lefty cosplayer or something. Lefty freerun fan. So yeah, we're gonna also be talking about freerun, so that's gonna be fun. Part of the reason why I even started so late, like I said before, was to ask my friend, my ex-roommate, my old roommate, a question about freerun. I don't think Tactical Templar knows who this cosplayer is. I don't think so. U235. I mean, I don't know. It does, well, first off, I don't think Templar really leaves the house. So there's that. And also, I don't think, like, Templar, I don't know, like, on a 1-to-child scaling, I don't think that this girl right here is childish enough for Tactical Templar to get his rocks off on. I'm just saying, I don't think, like, Tactical Templar will be in her chat live on stream just, like, randomly fucking moaning. I'm just gonna, like, quickly fucking throw that out there. I'm getting attacked by Burp Nation. There's Phlegm Nation, there's Burp Nation. 2 worst nations. That was combined together to go after me. That's for the good of society? Yeah, probably, That Tactical Templar probably never leaves his house. I can agree with that, I think that's definitely a good thing. Yeah, for sure. We'll get to that. This cosplayer we'll be talking about the sort of okay, I don't know, U235. You're not on Twitter like at all, so I don't think you'll really know. Do you even know the anime Freerun? Do you know? Well, I don't know the full name of Freerun. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, the meme is about Freerun on YouTube. Okay, good enough. A lot of right-wingers think that Freerun would be like pro-ICE, and it would be like basically like a white nationalist, because of a conflation that they do. Mostly because of a conflation that they do. But we'll talk about that. That's spoilers for the overall video. The main, well, one of the main sort of points. Also, Think Before You Sleep mocks the death of a, or mocks the suicide of a fucking black cosplayer in this video as well. So, yeah. Nazis are co-opting the anime? Yes, exactly. They are co-opting Freerun. Many such cases, of course. Nazis love to co-opt things. All right. Yep, it's a classic. Classic. Many such cases. So what the fuck is Operation Warp Speed trending? Oh yeah, didn't Fauci have like some hearings or something? Whatever. I highly doubt anything of much of interest happened. Besides, I don't know, the Republicans probably making themselves look like absolute buffoons or some shit. I don't know. Whatever. I can only assume that the Republicans made themselves look like absolute fucking morons during that whole fiasco. This is sulfur... unload, rather. Black powder. Sulfur unload black powder. I wonder why. Yeah, many people are asking these questions, obviously. This will be coal unload. Not vlac. Black. Powder. Lovely. One of the main characters in the FNAF lore is a child murderer. Yeah, I've heard a lot of the, you know, wild shit with, like, the FNAF lore. Like, all the animatronics are basically, like, the souls of children inhabited the animatronics. And that's why they have, like, mental breakdowns and stuff. Because the murderer, who's, like, basically an allegory for the devil. Because Scott Cawthon is, of course, like, a bit of a weird, like, evangelical weirdo. Well, just a little bit, but whatever. It became so sick and twisted after getting killed by the animatronics for them getting their revenge. He also became like a weirdo, like animatronic spirit kind of a deal, sort of. I think. I could be wrong on the FNAF lore. I didn't really watch much videos about FNAF because the lore is just like, it's not that interesting to me. I just didn't really care all that much, to be honest. Yes, he did. Okay. So, let me guess. Devil, like, demon, like, devil sort of allegory, you know, murder is bad kind of a thing, right? That's cool. That's fine, I guess, you know? It's, like, understandable. Yeah, murdering children's bad. I could agree with that. I agree with that, Scott. You know, I think murdering children's pretty bad. Radical take, I know, but... All right. Getting attacked by Flum Nation a little bit right now. All right. Yep, it's bad. That's why the Nazis won't go near it. It'll be a self-report, you know? That's true. Nazis are okay with child murder. I mean, they support the Nazis who murdered a lot of children. So, Yeah, that's probably, like, they probably can't co-opt something like FNAF because it'll be like, yeah, that's gonna be, like, too far for us because, listen, in reality, we do actually like a lot of the things in FNAF, mostly pertaining to child murder. Or rather, not pertaining to child murder. But, like, you know, a lot of the they probably like Scott Cawthon as, like, a person, but they'll never go, like, close to the game itself because if they were, they'd have to do, like, some really weird, sussy defenses of decisions made by Scott Cawthon. It's just like, yeah, that might be a bridge too far even for them. Mental gymnastics would be crazy. Probably, yeah. Dude, this fucking... Okay. Is the I don't know why I'm getting, like, fucking lag spikes when I look in certain directions. Is it really just because I just have... Okay. Just a little weird. Whatever. It's far easier for the far right to co-opt American Psycho. That's true. Listen. If you take a look in the where the PNG is, you know, right there. Don't look at the Patrick Bateman. Don't worry about it. It's a meme. It's a meme. It's a meme. I am Patrick Bateman. But I mean, you know, it is a pretty quintessential, like, far right thing. Not like a far right thing. I mean, it makes a lot of sense why, rather. Someone like, or people like the far right would be a fan of Patrick Bateman, because he pretty much, like, symbolizes all of the desires of the right wing, like, pretty much to a T. And pretty much to a fucking T. Anywho. Why don't we get started? Alright, I've kind of had this sort of in the back burner for probably too long or something. You know, busy with a bunch of other stuff, a bunch of other news, blah, 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 blah. Stuff happened, yada, yada, yada. But think before you sleep. Our favored Nazi little fucking freak. He released a video talking about liberal white women, which I find to be very funny because every far-right weirdo that's in his audience probably simp hardcore for liberal white women. Many such cases, projection, Nazis, happens all the time. Yada, yada, yada. But this particular clip right here by Papa Gut was what caught my attention in particular, and made me want to take a look at this video specifically here by Think Before You Sleep. Now, we're not going to take a look at Papa Gut's clip quite yet. We will take a look at it absolutely at a later point in time in the video, probably significantly later within the video, in order to talk about, shall we say, some of the more terrible and disgusting actions conducted by Think Before You Sleep. Because again, you know, Think Before You Sleep, freakish Nazi, will basically, like, justify any sort of, like, abhorrent actions done by his favorite leader who shot himself in the back of the head. So I should go without saying how much of a like a miserable, ostensible little wretch Think Before You Sleep is in terms of a lot of his shitty fucking propaganda. But let's actually get to the video itself. How liberal white women destroy everything. Well, hold on. I thought like the whole sort of like plan of the right wingers is to protect liberal white women or something. Obviously, I'm saying this rather surreptitiously and rhetorically speaking mostly. The only reason why right-wingers have the obsession that they do with liberal white women, or liberals in general, is because they do not like the fact that women are willing to have their own wills and control over their own lives for themselves. That's what it is in reality. It is fundamentally speaking about control with these people. What they are upset about, and jealous specifically, is the fact that women are able to make decisions for themselves. That's what pisses off right-wingers, because they want women to just be subservient little broodmares for the state. That's what it is in reality. But, you know, given the sexual revolution and the inherent needs of the economy as a byproduct of the further concentration of wealth in the hands of fewer and fewer people, it made it such that it became maybe not a necessity for women to become one with the fucking workforce, but became more sort of, I was going to say palatable, not palatable, but more normalized, that women started to join the workforce more and more. And it's mostly due to the sort of desires and needs of the economy. But do right-wingers really care or, you know, think about that in particular? No, because for them, they just want to, I don't know, you know, it's all like fucking patriarchal like rape mentality with these people. Anyway, I'm going off on a little bit of a fucking big preamble here. Think before you sleep. Why do you hate liberal white women so much?
One thing that I noticed after living in Tokyo for a few months now, I've definitely gotten way more self-conscious. Like, I lived in the States, right? Going to grocery stores and, like, whatever. Like, I can wear, like, the bummiest fit, and I wouldn't care, right?
Honestly, I don't know how everyone's gonna take this, but I really hate it when people...
Yeah, I do think that's kind of bad, honestly, but it's a complicated socio-economic reason for as to why that's the case.
Go out in public dressed like they just got out of bed or like they're homeless. I'm not old enough to remember when people used to wear suits on planes. However, I am old enough to remember when going to the store in your pajamas was highly frowned upon. But now it's just normal, and I think what comes along with not taking pride in how you present yourself is worse overall behavior.
But now, like,
I'll partially agree here with Think Before You Sleep on that point right there. The basis for as to why he probably thinks this, because he's just going to do like it's a whole like, I don't know, individualistic thing. No, I think it's more so because of a like a sort of societal collapse, economic collapse kind of a deal. Because like, given the fact that people are as depressed as they are, given the fact that people are as like economically sort of, I was trying to think of like what's the opposite of emancipated are, subservient. Not subservient. I don't think that's correct. Disempowered. Yes, disempowered as they are. Why should people really care all that much? Like, think about it, right? Like, what is the point of caring much at all in terms of how one presents themselves in terms of, like, a, you know, westernized, like, societal sense? Which, again, I don't think that this is, like, a good mentality. I also have this exact same mentality, but that's mostly because I'm fucking depressed, but whatever. That's a differing sort of story. What is the point of essentially wanting to better yourself, dress better, and present yourself in a more palatable sort of manner when it's essentially all for naught, and it basically doesn't really matter unless you know people or have like connections to be able to go up further in society. Again, like, I don't agree with this mentality, with this idea. I don't agree with myself doing this either, right? So, you know, me pointing this out, it's like, Daho, you're being a little bit of a hypocrite, aren't you? It's like, I mean, technically speaking, yes, but I understand where it fucking comes from, right? Like, it makes sense to me. I don't think it's like a particularly good thing per se, but I understand why people sort of think in this way, and it's because of the fact that, well, we are in as socio-economic desperate times that we currently find ourselves under.
Even if I go to Konbini, I feel like I need to be wearing like a decent fit, and that's something that like would have never happened if I was still in the States. And it's probably because everyone always looks so good.
Right, you should feel bad about looking like a slob every day in public. And in other videos when I say that we should be borrowing the good parts from certain cultures, this is what I mean. Encouraging pro-social behaviors is more of what...
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I don't disagree with what, like, Think Before You Sleep is saying here, but yeah, I don't think it's, like, again, I don't think people want to purposefully be a slob or something. Okay, and also, here's the fucking thing. You fucking... Think Before You Sleep. You simp for Asmongold, who looks like a slob all the fucking time. You simp for Asmongold. And you also simp for fucking Tectone. So, like, you saying to people that it's bad for you to you look like a slob in terms of, I don't know, like, how you present yourself outside in, like, a social environment is incredibly fucking rich coming from you. Like, you're an Asmongold simp. Like, why are you saying this?
What this country needs, because it just seems like these days, a vast portion of the people who are big on social media model tons of behavior that will make people hate you.
I told you you're hot before, but might have been the dark lady. Might have been the dark lady.
This guy Clavicular quite possibly has the worst social skills out of any popular influencer. Don't worry, she got him back though.
I saw you being
True.
He's going to cry about that the minute he gets home. But outside of being famous for being a degenerate, there's a...
Okay, listen. Think before you sleep. I'll give you that one, buddy. Okay? Tactical support of Think Before You Sleep. Very, very highly fucking tactical support of Think Before You Sleep in terms of shitting on clavicular. Yeah, clavicular is well, a fucking weirdo and a loser.
The real societal cost to lots of people not having social skills, as well as exhibiting antisocial behavior.
Oh, and also, yeah, he's probably autistic in some way.
Or having a series of behaviors that actively piss people off. And the cost is that these things seem to be a large contributor to political radicalism on both sides. And this lack of social skills can really lead to the promotion of some horrendous policies, more so because the ones in favor of them are depressed people with endless free time who like to engage in activism as some sort of outlet to make themselves feel good, and not because they're...
Wait, think before you sleep. I have an immediate fucking question. Are you, like, some paragon of, like, social interaction or something? Do you go out and interact with people all the time? Like, do you touch grass? Do you, like... For real, like, wait, think before you sleep. Do you touch grass? Are you a grass toucher? Because here's the thing. You create the exact same propaganda that you are fucking criticizing right now. So, like, why are you saying this? This is a very interesting thing for Think Before You Sleep to basically be saying here. Because he's, I guess, for lack of a better term, he's calling himself out here in particular, which I find to be interesting. Because here's the thing. You make that exact same sort of content that you are, well, you know, I will say rightfully fucking criticizing. So why are you saying this? It's a little interesting.
They're fighting for some moral cause that actually helps people. Which brings us to our main character, Evie. You might recognize her from that one video that I did a little while back as the girl who uses a massive amount of AI in all of her videos to edit her face to look like a doll, which is very visually disturbing. But in this video, she's going to talk about racism in a way that I think is very politically radical. Okay. And what I would like to do is talk about all the antisocial behaviors that led her to those beliefs that most people don't agree with. But
in comparison to yourself, Think Before You Sleep, who talks about race in a very non-political way.
Before that, recently a jury ordered Meta and YouTube to pay millions for their...
Whatever, I don't care about this thing. Lawsuit thing, paying out, get money or something. Whatever, whatever, who cares?
To a potential recovery of over $1,000. All right, let's get into it.
For today's video, I wanted to discuss a more serious topic, and we're going to be talking about racism in the cosplay community. I do want to put some content warnings for this video because it has quite a few topics that will be triggering for a lot of people, obviously including racism, discrimination. We're also going to be talking about a lot of kind of quite scary right-wing beliefs, so if any of those topics sound like they are too upsetting for you to hear, please take care of yourself and your mental health first, and I will see you in the next video.
See what I mean by lacking in social skills? One of the trigger warnings was, I'm going to talk about ideas you don't agree with. I like how she starts off political content that's...
Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, Think Before You Sleep. She's talking directly to her audience? This is like... Okay. This is where Think Before You Sleep's lack of social skills is immediately sort of coming out here. She's looking to talk to her fucking audience. I would assume that Evie here more than likely caters to a more left-leaning audience with a lot of her analysis and video essays, if I were to take a guess. So that, I mean, that's why she's talking about, like, you know, having the trigger warnings, you know, talked about mental health. You should look out for that, blah, 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 blah. Because I would assume that she's more left leaning, which that's fine. That's normal. So, like, why are you upset about the fact that she's speaking directly to her audience? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Are we getting like an Anita Sarkeesian sort of situation here where, like, Think Before You Sleep stumbled upon this video, got fucking triggered, and then wanted to make this probable fucking dog shit in response?
Intended for adults by saying, hey, if you're too emotionally weak to listen to an already biased version of this story that's designed to make you feel like a good person, then feel free to skip this video.
Something that really shocked me is that a lot of fans of the anime Frieren are adamantly right-wing, and you might just think, oh, that's a coincidence.
Oh no, people who like the same cartoon as you have different political beliefs. How terrible.
I was wondering why that is the case. I
don't think that's what she was saying. I think this is, you know, if she's allowed to get into it, she's probably going to talk about the reasonings for as to why it's a little strange for right-wingers to be fans of Frieren. Like, saying, like, yeah, like, a lot of the messages within the anime itself are kind of incongruent, and we're going to get into it, being misinterpreted by right-wingers, because, again, we're talking about right-wingers here. Media analysis for them is not exactly their strong suit. I mean, she got the fucking elf ears on, okay? She's dressed up as fucking Frieren or something. I'm assuming that she's probably a big Frieren fan.
The account of one of the most shocking racist women that I have ever seen on the internet, but I saw her cosplay of a character called Frieren, where she cosplayed Frieren as an ICE officer. Her description.
Yeah, so if you've been on Twitter for long enough, you know about this individual known as Mac or Kenzie Tough. She's just like a massive weirdo. Basically went viral for some Asuka cosplay one time, and then I don't know, like basically became like a chud, and made that her whole identity. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like any other way to sort of describe the weirdo, besides like, yeah, she's just a little weird, man. That's like really about it. Like, reject the global, revere the local. Wife and pro-white. I'm sure.
Description in her account reads, wife, pro-white, reject the global, revere the local. Now, already from this bio, you can kind of tell what type of person this is, and anyone who says pro-white, I'm already going to assume some quite concerning things.
Why? Why would that be concerning? You have black empowerment, Mexican pride, India #1. Why is it suddenly a problem when a white person expresses interest in their own race and culture? Especially
Okay, I can get into this one pretty easily. The reason for as to why that is the case, and listen, there's black nationalists and like weird Hindu nationalists and Tufa nationalists as well as like weird Mexican Nazis and stuff like that. Not like weird Mexican nationalists, right? Who do all that. The reason why is because anyone who says that they are quote-unquote pro-white and are expressing this sort of like, not like a cultural tie in particular, because like whiteness is a complicated concept, which Think Before You Sleep does not understand, obviously. In fact, it's not really a sort of like cultural moniker as well. If we're talking about the traditions of European white people, if you unironically Think Before You Sleep, if you go up to, say, an Italian and say that a lot of their traditions as white people are the same as that as Spanish people, they will fucking slap you in the face. Guaranteed. A lot of Europeans are very much so like to keep their cultural traditions close to the fucking chest in a metaphorical fucking sense. But Think Before You Sleep does not know about any of that because he, I don't know, doesn't leave the house. Probably doesn't leave the fucking house. So the whole concept behind whiteness and this sort of like homogeneity of cultures amongst white people is just non-fucking sensical. That's what the sort of idea behind being pro-white and like whiteness is essentially, right? So if you say something that you are pro-white, some like alarm bells are going to go off in like people's heads saying like, why are you saying that you're pro-white? That's like a little weird. The cultures and traditions of a lot of like white people, especially like European white people, very much so heavily like if you go to like country to country. But again, Think Before You Sleep doesn't really get that at all whatsoever, because I guarantee you, if you go to say any East European, especially in the Balkans, and you say like the traditions of Romania are the same of that as like Greece, you're probably going to get stabbed.
Considering that this statement is likely a reaction to the mountains of anti-white propaganda that's been going on for the past 15 years or so. This screenshot was kindly provided by the
dude, anti-white propaganda, totally, bro.
User that Edie is criticizing. If you start telling people that they have to choose between protecting their own children and being called a Nazi, you're not going to like the outcome. Sounds based to me. And speaking of kids,
I mean, she is a little bit of a weirdo. I don't know if this individual here has done a lot of like anti-Semitic sort of conspiracism. Think Before You Sleep has. I don't know if this dumbass has done that. I mean, I could probably look through the profile and see if I could find something, but whatever. Let's just operate under the assumption that she's not an anti-Semite, not a Nazi. Very often, a lot of people who do tend to be white nationalists do tend to be fucking Nazis. Yeah, you know, it's a pretty understandable through line. It happens very, very often.
Radical leftists love throwing anti-white propaganda at children to make them feel bad for being born white. They make books about it. They make news.
What? Love throwing anti-white propaganda at white children. Sure, man. This is a thing that happens all the fucking goddamn time. Yeah, known left-wing radicals throwing anti-white propaganda at the youths. Totally, bro.
Documentaries on it. They also love diversity quotas where they say, hey, it would be really great if less white people were at this job or in this college. Or someone like this next person will say, there are too many white people in the room, and I don't like that.
Sorry to the Asian community.
Well, like, I don't know, man. We're getting the Think Before You Sleep standard here, where very much so like Shoe on Head and a bunch of these other fucking grifters. Here's random small jabroni who knows how many followers or likes this fucking TikTok has gotten. We don't have any of the information. We just have the clip itself. We have no idea what prominence this random fucking TikToker has. But here's Think Before You Sleep just like randomly dragging them out and saying, oh, look at how fucking anti-white and racist this individual is. Many such cases of this happening.
But I'm anti-Asian meetup. The only mixed-race Asian representation that exists on the scale is Asian representation. Generally, I'm just not a fan of whiteness being centered around the conversation for mixed-race people.
There are just too many white Asians. So we all agree that this black girl is a racist, right? I mean, I think Edie is using...
again, like, how do you know that that person's being fucking racist? I mean, you can say that they're being colorist. You can say that. I don't think Before You Sleep knows what that means. So you can make that argument, but I don't think Before You Sleep particularly cares about that.
So much time learning how to edit her face with AI tools that she has missed all the incredible amounts of racism that is thrown at white people on a regular basis.
Yeah, sure, man. Totally. Like, who cares? Like, yeah, who the fuck cares, dude? Like, listen, I understand that you hate women, bro, because you used to date Brittany Venti, who is a Nazi, has done Holocaust denial on stream. We can find the fucking clips. Like, what the fuck are you talking about here? Who the fuck cares about, like, women using, I don't know, touch-up tools and filters all the fucking time in order to change their look? Like, who really gives a shit? Like, what harm is sort of essentially being, I don't know, said there or being done there when a woman does that? Like, why the fuck do you care? Like, that's ultimately the question. Like, I thought you cared about the beautiful, pristine form of the white woman or something. Like, what happened? Think Before You Sleep. Now you hate that for some reason? It's a little interesting.
We kill crap. Where I come from, we kill it.
Meanwhile, their example of whites being racist is us saying,
yeah, dude, whites being racist. Sure, man. Should be really surprising that he's bring up Austin Metcalf or some shit. Who knows if these are even, like, real fucking TikTok videos, because it's a thing that happens all the time with racists. They will very, very often use a lot of like random AI generated and just like random bot videos of like black people dancing to the quote unquote Austin Metcalf bop or whatever the fuck, in order to jingle some fucking keys to their audience.
saying, hey, could you stop committing crimes and trying to propagandize our children to hate themselves? But to give a little background on this story from Evie, the primary focus is centered on a Twitter personality and cosplayer who goes by Mac, and her cosplay of the main character from Freerun as an ICE agent. For those of you who haven't seen the show, it's about a female elf who's lived for 1,000 years. I'm not going to give a summary of the entire plot, but just so you know what part they're referring to, Freerun in the show is known for stopping the most powerful demon and bringing peace to the world. The main story of Freerun is something else, but on episode 7 of season 1, there's a subplot where we see a resurgence of some demons years after the strongest one was defeated. In this arc, demons are trying to get the town leader to remove a protective barrier, so here's
the thing, I'm going to say this immediately. Think Before You Sleep definitely has not watched the anime, but I'll let him finish his sort of point here, and then I'm going to tear it down.
The foreigner demons can freely enter whenever they want, if that doesn't sound like a metaphor for something. And Freerun, an elf who has prior experience with...
Okay, the foreigner demons, of course, we know exactly what he's trying to do here. He's trying to do an equivocation here, specifically of demons to immigration, which is the main sort of like problem with a lot of the far-right weirdos who talk about this fucking anime when it doesn't have anything to do with immigration.
With their kind, gets put in jail for warning the town leadership to not trust demons. While she's in prison, she says these lines that have been memed like crazy.
Demons use words to trick humans. You can't trust a thing they say. They're monsters who learn to speak. Monsters who found they could lure in humans by crying, "Help me."
So obviously this is like a metaphor and an important life lesson warning against...
Okay, so...
dishonest people. And demons from the show are the stand-in that the writers are trying to use to teach that lesson to the audience. A part of the appeal of the show is that Freerun does not have empathy for those who want to use emotional manipulation to take advantage of her or destroy her.
Why would you call out to a mother you've never known?
It's simple. That word stops humans. Isn't that magical?
That being said, Evie's video centers around this particular...
Okay, so... that is the whole Freerun point. Now we're going to tear this down. First off, Think Before You Sleep does not understand what the story of Freerun is about. Freerun as a character is basically a nomad. She goes from kingdom to kingdom collecting, and I had a bit of a consultation with my ex-roommate who is a big Freerun fan. Freerun herself is a nomad. She goes from kingdom to kingdom with a party to basically collect a bunch of like differing artifacts. For what purpose exactly doesn't really matter. Think Before You Sleep doesn't give a fuck about that, because his interpretation here of Freerun is specifically from Twitter clips from a bunch of far-right neo-Nazi accounts. Garen fucking T. That's where he's getting his quote-unquote interpretation from. So, Freerun being used as a stand-in to talk about how she is anti-immigration doesn't make any fucking sense from the offset. Why? Think Before You Sleep. I'm going to ask this question, a bit rhetorically, of course. Why the fuck would a nomad be anti-immigration? That doesn't make any fucking sense. There's already an incongruence there. And second, specifically about the demon point, what a lot of far-righters do, and the reason why they've latched onto Freerun and they've started co-opting the anime itself, is for one reason and one reason only. Specifically, that line from the dub itself. It's talking about foreigner demons invading into the fucking town in order to mingle with the fucking townsfolk. Demons within Freerun in so many words, are just ontologically evil. That is very much so established lore early on within the within the fucking world of Freerun itself, right? Demons, even like child demons, children demons. Like there's a scene of it in the anime that my roommate was basically describing, saying that there's a child demon who is also being incredibly evil to humans. These like beings are just period, end of story. They're just evil, right? Okay, that's fine, whatever. The problem is a lot of the far righters are essentially taking that interpretation, taking that part of Freerun's lore and world building and whatnot, and saying, oh, these demons are similar to that of migrants. And it's just like, how the fuck did you exactly get from Freerun offhandedly talking about foreign demons that come in to essentially, I don't know, like kind of integrate to humanity, to migrants who immigrate up into the United States of America or Europe, whatever, Western societies, looking to try to build a better life for themselves? Like, how do you do that exactly? The only way you can think about that specifically, the only way you can think to that is if you believe that all migrants within the that come up into the United States of America or Europe or what have you are simply doing it for the fact that they just want to murder the native population within the United States of America, within Canada, within Europe, and whatnot, which is nonsense. This is great replacement theory shit. There is no evidence to suggest that that is the purpose for as to why a bunch of fucking migrants are coming up in order to build a better life for themselves. For a lot of the actions that those white Western societies themselves have done within those, well, countries. Here's another fucking thing, and I've mentioned this saying constantly here. Constantly. To dumbasses like Think Before You Sleep. If you care so much about stopping immigration, then why the fuck are you okay with the actions of European countries, of America, constantly fucking with the affairs of all of these third world shitholes that you're so concerned about people coming up from, right? If you're so fucking concerned with that, how about we engage with the concept of a rising tide raises all ships? A very difficult concept for the conservative to understand because, again, it's all about, like, rape, individualism, and just more suffering for the sake of suffering, right? That's essentially, like, what the conservative... It's all about domination with these people. They don't actually care about the human sort of nature. They are antithetical to human nature. They don't give a fuck about human nature. Humans, the reason why we are as dominant as we are as a species upon this planet is because of our ability to have complex thoughts and create complex social systems and have consciousness and not sentience, but consciousness in comparison to that of animals, but because we are able to form community with one another and work together for a greater collective good. But Think Before You Sleep doesn't give a fuck about any of that stuff because he's a neo-Nazi. He's a neo-Nazi, and those are incongruent beliefs to his idiotic fucking system. So this is the main problem right here with someone like Think Before You Sleep, and why he just automatically goes with the interpretation of Freerun of saying that, yeah, she's definitely, like, for me, for real, despite the fact that Freerun herself is a nomad. She's an immigrant to every fucking kingdom that she visits. Not to mention the fact that we're dealing with a medieval setting, so the borders of nation-states are not really a concept really in the world or the anime, but whatever. Think Before You Sleep is a dumb fucking Nazi, and he doesn't understand basic media analysis. And also, the conflation that these motherfuckers do to demons and fucking migrants. Again, demons are ontologically evil. Within Freerun, they are automatically evil, but we're automatically going to just say that migrants are always evil for trying to find a better life for themselves within a lot of the white Western countries that have fucked up their countries for them. Do you see the fucking problem with this logic? It's silly. It's nonsensical. But for Think Before You Sleep, it's just another Tuesday.
particular subplot of Free Run because people have been using metaphors of that arc of the show to talk about immigration and ICE. So that's the background to all of this. Also, for fans of the show, yes, she's going to pronounce Free Run incorrectly the entire time.
And I did originally make like a video stitching
Why the fuck does that matter? If she mispronounces Freeman the whole time. Okay, dude.
Cosplay, showing my friend cosplay as an actual fan of the series, and I want to talk about why this is such a mischaracterization of the character and in general of anime. The anime is very clear that Freyren is very angry about demons, and you can see from this person's post, she refers to people who are being deported as demons.
I like how she calls herself a real fan of the show, but can't pronounce the name correctly. And right, Mac is the fake.
What, you're a real fan of the show? You don't even know the basic summary of the fucking show, you dumbass. Oh, but think before you sleep. Very, very much so a real fan of Freerun. Yeah, very well-known anime watcher. Fucking think before you sleep. Where the only summary that he got of the show itself was probably from far-right schizophrenics talking about the fucking anime.
Fan because she has a different opinion than you. Actually, never mind. That kind of logic is pretty common in the anime community. However, I don't think the metaphor is misapplied at all when talking about illegal immigration in America.
Says think before you sleep.
Considering how many people relentlessly violate immigration laws in the U.S., followed by fake crying and saying, "I'm so sad, please help me."
Wait, I thought with Donald Trump currently being in power right now with, like, border crossings being at an all-time low, that would mean that there's probably not as many illegal migrant crossings. Think before you sleep. Are we being inconsistent with our fucking talking points? Many such cases, actually.
When they are rightfully deported.
Kaylee says she first came to the U.S. 12 years ago, fleeing her home country of Honduras. Now she juggles 3 different cleaning and construction jobs here in North Carolina while raising a family of 4 after being detained by ICE.
Sounds like a fucking goddamn American to me.
In February, Kaylee says she was allowed to stay until her next hearing. Can you imagine a result where you had to...
Next hearing, think before you sleep. Now, you just made a massive fucking mistake here. You think I wouldn't catch that out, think before you sleep? Oh, no, no, no. I'm on your fucking case like a stink on shit. Her next fucking hearing, she's clearly a fucking asylum seeker and is looking to stay within the United States of America. If I were to take a guess, the mother here, it has been brought in probably under temporary protected status, looking to flee her country because of whatever instability is happening within whatever like Central American or South American country that she currently is from. Again, asylum seekers have the ability to seek asylum under international law. Think before you sleep. She is allowed to seek asylum and then have her process claim. That's the purpose of the temporary protected status, to essentially have more of the asylum seekers be able to come in, settle within the United States, get their hearings, and essentially be able to either integrate into the United States of America as a permanent resident, a green card holder, what have you, in order to be able to live within there because they can't go back to their country because they may be potentially in danger if they go back. Think before you sleep. But do you care about that? No.
To return to Honduras and leave your kids. No, I can't imagine it.
She's like, feel sad for me, but also I'm going to orphan my kids instead of taking them with me if I get deported. What in the hell?
Demons are monsters, and
like they're probably not going to let her think before you sleep. Do you not understand that fucking that they said they separates families all the time? ICE does that very, very common. Like, what the fuck are you talking about here? But okay. Freerun clip talking about how demons are monsters. Yeah, totally. Because, again, just to reiterate, mother with a family of 4 working 3 jobs. She's a monster, think before you sleep? Okay, dude.
Like all monsters, they don't raise their young. Once born, you are abandoned.
She lives here for 12 years, gets free schooling for her kids, doesn't pay into the system, doesn't speak English, and is basically stealing resources.
What free fucking schooling? Wait, what fucking resources are being stolen here? She's an illegal migrant, you fucking dumb motherfucker. They don't have any fucking access to the social safety nets. They don't have access to Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP. Those are only for American citizens. There are temporary sort of programs that they have access to. Again, she's working 3 fucking goddamn jobs, bro. Like, yet you think she's stealing from the fucking goddamn system? She's working 3 jobs. You played the clip, you dumbass motherfucker, and you want to say that she's stealing from the fucking system all because of, programs that exist within the United States of America to be able to give migrants who come in the ability to have the the means in order to be able to integrate within the United States of society? Like, seriously, dude. God, he's so fucking stupid, man.
Resources from hardworking Americans. I mean, basically, this is a soft form of slavery. And when Americans who don't want to work for someone else without financial reimbursement say, hey, stealing is wrong, slavery is wrong, stop doing that, we're the bad people. Do you see why Twitter users are...
Bro, Is it good that she works multiple jobs? No, obviously. There's a further fucking problem there with the economic system that you defend, think before you sleep. And in reality, you're okay with slavery. So I don't know why you're doing this stupid fucking hypocrisy burn, but whatever. It's think before you sleep. If he can be hypocritical about literally anything, he will be literally hypocritical about anything. This guy is a Weasley motherfucker. So she's working multiple fucking jobs, contributing taxes, contributing to the fucking economy, and here you are saying, her she has to be fucking inherently deported. Why? Because I'm a fucking schizophrenic right-wing loser. It's like, okay, dude, like, nice to me and think before you sleep.
Are memeing this moment in free run now, but staying on topic when it comes to antisocial behavior, one of the things that's very consistent with political radicals like this entitled British girl is an extreme lack of empathy. And you
fucking says think before you sleep. Okay, buddy.
Can tell that this is present because her standard is that racism is bad, while she ignores all the incredible amounts of anti-white racism that's occurred very overtly over the past
oh my god, bro. If you know anything about this fucking dumb fuck over here, this guy is like some K-Hiver fucking chorus enthusiast over here. This guy is a complete fucking op.
Decade and a half.
So I put this up because I really want any white person in the room to know up front that this is what we're dealing with. You're always going to be racist, actually. I believe that white people are born into not being human, and that's what y'all are taught to do, to be demons. So in this particular way, white people are all racist.
I mean, there are just tons of
Yeah, man. Totally, dude. This is a very, very cut-up clip that is being, like, you know, not totally being taken out of fucking context whatsoever. Yeah, I'm sure.
Racist videos like this from black people on the internet, not to mention the people who openly support Carmelo Anthony or DeCarlos Brown for stabbing white people. Now, what empathy from Edie in this situation?
Who the fuck is supporting Carmelo Anthony? Well, probably most of the people who talk about Carmelo Anthony is, who generally speaking say, like, yeah, do I think Carmelo Anthony should have gotten that harsh of a sentence? No, I don't think so. That's generally speaking the take that most people have with Carmelo Anthony. And that's like literally about it, but Think Before You Sleep needs to have a schizophrenic conniption about it.
Would
also, has Evie herself commented on Carmelo Anthony? I don't know why the fuck you're bringing up Carmelo Anthony here. Like, is she a supporter of Carmelo Anthony? You never fucking specify any evidence for that. Think before you sleep.
Like, it's her saying something like, I get why Mac would feel that way towards foreigners because of things like anti-white racism, but I still believe she's out of line here.
Yeah, anti-white racism again. It's fucking nonsense, dude.
Calls people demons. Ultimately, I may not end up agreeing with Evie, but these are the kinds of words that I would be expecting to hear from a person who's empathetic. Instead, what we actually got was this.
And as we all know, X is used by right-wing grifters. That is the majority of the popular people on X are people who are talking about racist and horrible things. Because that is the type of environment that Elon has facilitated. And it is where these people can go because they get banned off Instagram, they get banned off TikTok, they sometimes even get banned off of YouTube because their content is harmful.
No, Twitter has always been racist. The only thing Elon did was allow that kind of speech for everyone instead of just people.
Wait, what do you mean Twitter has always been kind of racist? What the fuck are you talking about? Think before you sleep. Do you know anything about the fucking Twitter files? The Twitter files, unironically, came out with fucking evidence saying that there were specific, and I mean specific, teams who were meant to handle, like, say, libs of TikTok. There was a specific team to make sure that she was allowed to still stay on the fucking platform. Unironic fucking DEI fucking practices, but only for conservatives, many fucking such cases. But Think Before You Sleep doesn't really have much of a problem with that because, again, hypocrite. And also the fact that in terms of a lot of the fucking behaviors by, like, blue check marks and the sort of, like, algorithmic fucking boostings that these motherfuckers have. And again, with the Twitter files as well, it was found out within the Twitter files that a lot of right-wingers were given preferential TOS treatment because if the TOS was being enforced evenly, every fucking right-winger on Twitter, before it got fucking taken over by our favorite little fucking Nazi weirdo in Elon Musk, would have been kicked off of the fucking platform because of all the shit that they were saying. But does Think Before You Sleep care about any of that? Is he going to be consistent in this belief? No.
People who are against whites. But Evie doesn't catch stuff like this because she's not someone who can actually understand other people's feelings or perspectives. So this is not an empathetic person.
How many fucking likes and followers does that person have? I'm just saying, like, again, random fucking out of context, just dumb fuck Twitter clips all the time as your main sort of, like, argument. Like, who within power is saying, kill all whitey, hashtag kill all whiteys? Like, who? Who is saying this? Think before you sleep. Random fucking Twitter users and random fucking TikTokers? That's not even Evie's fucking position. Should we really be surprised that the only sort of, like, rhetorical tactic that this motherfucker employs is straw man arguments?
This is a person who is just using the misfortune of others as a tool to beat people over the head with. Actually, I do care about the illegal Mexicans, and therefore I'm a better person than you. This is pretend empathy. If these people actually cared about black people, then they would
fucking says Think Before You Sleep, who does his whole fucking song and dance in order to appeal to Nazi little freaks.
understand that criticizing the per capita crime rates benefits black people the most because they're the ones who actually have to live around all the 13%ers. And if people like Evie actually cared about Mexicans and weren't just using them as a political tool.
No, the reason why per capita is a dumb fucking statistics, you stupid motherfucker, is because, again, if we are talking about population fucking numbers, who are going to be, who has the fucking higher population, who is in the fucking majority in comparison to that of black people? Oh, it's white people. If we are talking about who has the higher fucking amount of population, it's always white people. Who does the more higher per capita per capita amount of crime? White people. Why? Because since white people are the majority population, more white people are going to be fucking poor, and as a result, because of that, they are more likely to commit crimes, think before you sleep, because there's more of them. This is how basic statistics work.
Then they would understand that the correct answer is to maintain border security in America so that illegals can't be used to help elect evil politicians who then go and terrorize the rest of the world with pathological foreign policy.
Well, here's the schizophrenic great replacement theory stuff. Again, the Cato Institute and even the Heritage Foundation literally tried to find instances of voter fraud throughout about 38 years. You want to know what they found? A couple dozen instances through 38 years across every level of fucking elections within the United States of America. Yet you want to say that immigrants are committing voter fraud? Think before you sleep? Okay, buddy.
Designed to keep dictators in power in poor countries so that those countries never get better. Mass immigration to the U.S. is one of the primary ways that politicians who screw over the rest of the world.
No, dumbass. They put in fucking dictators like the CIA cooing a bunch of people within power, mostly fucking socialists, who win elections and gain power for themselves. They get fucking cooed because of, oh, American business interests. Dumb motherfucker.
Keep getting voted in.
It is so upsetting to see the human being. Anyone I think would be upset to see someone.
Dictators are being voted in by these third world countries. No, dumbass. Might want to take a look at all the CIA coups within Central and South America. You'll be quite fucking surprised.
Cosplay a ICE police officer, but with a Frerin wig. It is very, very bizarre to me that someone would misinterpret a character who's trying.
Wait, this guy's complaining about how she pronounces Frerin when she's fucking British, man. They have it. Okay, dude. Whatever. Wait, hold on. Actually, could this be Think Before You Sleep engaging in a little bit of anti-white racism? That's a little interesting. Think Before You Sleep is actually the anti-white racist himself. I thought you were supposed to be a protector of European whites. Think Before You Sleep. Yet you're making fun of this pristine British white person's accent? That's a little interesting there, buddy.
Trying to save humans.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do, and we're doing that by trying to exclude the abusers from our system, but people like you keep getting in the way. In fact, some of you move to entirely different countries just to help stifle their progress. So let me reiterate this for like the 20th time on my channel that in America...
I don't know how many times this has to be said to this fucking ranting and raving schizophrenic. Illegal immigrants don't have access to any of the American social safety nets. They just don't.
Both the left and the right hate open...
In fact, if we take a look at the fucking statistics, since these people pay taxes, they are only benefits to fucking Social Security and other social safety nets within whatever.
Borders. This is a policy that most people in America have hated for decades, but Evie's not concerned with that. She's more concerned about the words that we use to describe foreigners.
Wait, hold on. What was he saying about borders?
But people like you keep getting in the way. In fact, some of you move to entirely different countries just to help stifle their progress. So let me reiterate this for like the 20th time on my channel that in America, both the left and the right hate open borders. This is a policy that most people in America have hated for decades.
I don't, like, who the fuck is ever advocating for open borders within America? Nobody advocated for that shit. Joe Biden didn't advocate for that. Again, like, this is just, like, random schizophrenic nonsense that you fucking believe in.
But Evie's not concerned with that. She's more concerned about the words that we use to describe foreigners.
And the way that they refer to these people just shows so much of this harmful rhetoric, calling them illegal aliens.
Also, by the way, is Evie herself advocating for open borders in this fucking video? Again, Think Before You Sleep. I would love to see some evidence for that.
It's such a nasty term.
Alien literally means foreigner. They're alien to our nation, and the reason why the legal language calls them illegal aliens is because they are foreigners who are violating federal law to reside in America. But now that we've talked about her ideas,
No, you fucking dumbass. God, how many times this needs to be said to you, you fucking schizophrenic? They are given temporary protected status because they are asylum seekers, which is allowed under international law. So they are given temporary protected status in order to be able to live in America while their court proceedings happen. Think Before You Sleep. And then they get deported during their fucking court proceedings while they are being determined to see, oh, are they allowed to stay within the country or not? Whoa, the United States of America violating international law, and this fucking mentally ill weirdo doesn't understand that? Shocker, I know.
I think this next section is more telling of the problems in socialization that led her to believe this stuff.
Of course, she talks about being anti-immigration, and one of her posts reads, mass immigration is...
Also, by the way, this coming from the motherfucker who has a Nazi fucking audience. Okay, bro.
an invasion, and that's all it has ever been for our nation specifically. When you press pro-immigration supporters and said invaders on this, they will tell you it's fine, open tell you it's revenge. Well, I would never say it's revenge to loot or invade someone, but what I would say is that people do have rights to live in a different country when they were not born with the privilege of coming from a high economically developed country, or they just want to move to a different country. It's not that deep.
No, you can't. This is a
Wait, that's actually true though. Think before you wait. No, she's just correct there. Yeah, if people want to immigrate to a country and they have all of the processing and the papers how that happen, they are allowed to do that. Again, and most of the people, I'm going to keep saying this over and over and over again, most of the people that came in under immigration within Joe Biden's administration were asylum seekers. They were asylum seekers because of, a funny little thing that Donald Trump himself did known as the 2019 Venezuela coup. But again, just think before you sleep, know about any of that. Well, he probably does, but he's just not mentioning it because that would not be very sort of effective for his dumb fuck propaganda.
a part of the new radical leftist groupthink narrative where they're all saying now, why can't I live where I want to live?
Oh, everywhere has immigration laws. You can't just move wherever you want and just live there in any country. But what if I think that's also bad and stupid and wrong and dumb? What would be the worst thing that would happen if everyone just lived where they wanted to live? It's stupid. Just go. Let people live where they want to live.
No.
So, funny thing. Oh, hi. It's a assault biker! Hey, think before you sleep. Do you know anything about the Enlightenment? The Enlightenment thinkers, you believed in open borders. For men specifically. But they believed in open borders. They believed that no man should be restricted by any form of arbitrary border. And they were being quite literal when they said man. So, technically speaking, all the TikTokers there are correct in a technical respect, right? If people want to be able to move around within arbitrary fucking borders, or, you know, move not within arbitrary borders, move around in a sort of open sense, they can. Absolutely. The problem is that we currently have immigration because we live in a system of nation states with enforced borders, which the Enlightenment thinkers would not have fucking agreed with. But again, Think Before You Sleep doesn't understand that because he doesn't believe in the Enlightenment.
Not if you suck as a person. I don't want you coming into my country if you suck. Like, if you're a rapist, I don't want you here. Going back to Evie, you would think that her being
If you're a fucking far-right little weirdo, I would not want you in my country either.
from England would make her more conscious of stuff like that. I don't want to live around bad people. I don't want to live around people who believe in child sacrifice or...
Oh, hello. Yeah, here's the Rupert Lowe report, which, again, as we all know, is bullshit. Funded by outside right-wing groups and also by right-wing organizations, and has the numbers in there as heavily fucking exaggerated. Again, are there sort of things within the Rupert Lowe report that can absolutely be sort of like talked about? Yeah, for sure. For some reason, the British government wants to do everything possible to sort of not want to talk about a lot of the problems with some of the like illegal immigration stuff that's happening. Yeah, sure, okay, whatever. But to the extent of that there being like such a massive amount of like systemic rapes only being done by Pakistanis, and we're not going to just absolutely ignore the actions of white people as well in terms of rapes of fucking women and fucking children. We're gonna fucking also ignore that as well for like what purpose exactly? Oh, because Think Before You Sleep has a narrative to sell.
for child marriage. I don't want to live around terrorists. I don't want to live around sex traffickers. We already have enough bad people here in America. We don't need more of them. The whole idea of why can't people just live where they want to live is incredibly...
I don't want to live around Nazis.
Naive when it comes to actual human behavior. One thing that Evie doesn't consider in her video at all is that a ton of the people coming into America illegally are actively hostile to Americans. They actively hate us, they burn our flag, and they're here to use the flaws in our legal system to impose...
How do you know that? How can you be so certain that that is the case? How do you know that? Do you know that Think Before You Sleep? Are they? Or are they just, again, people who are looking to try to start a better life for themselves? Again, this is the fucking problem here with Think Before You Sleep. He never presents any evidence for any of his fucking goddamn claims. Also, by the way, most of the people that are burning the American flag and whatnot, first off, protected speech. You're allowed to do that. The Supreme Court even fucking reaffirmed that. Unironically, but whatever. Think Before You Sleep doesn't care about any of that whatsoever because he does not believe in free speech, obviously. He'll use it in order to gain power and then immediately take it away as soon as he can. But Think Before You Sleep. If people want to burn the flag, they can burn the flag if they want. Like, there's not really much that your dumbass can fucking do about it because First Amendment, motherfucker. So, and that was also protected and upheld by the Supreme Court. So, like, honestly, you can just, like, cope and seethe about it. Like, yeah, just, like, fucking cope and seethe about it.
Their values on us against our will.
We don't assimilate. We don't want to be like you. People are so fucking
sick. Also, again, by the way, yeah, totally. The intent of all the immigrants that come into America are doing this for the express purpose of, wanting to replace the culture of white Americans. Again, great replacement theory stuff.
honestly, assimilate, or you're not American. Who are you?
That being said, what kind of person would want to permit someone who hates them to live anywhere near their vicinity? Well, I had some initial thoughts about that when I first watched this part of her
again, random TikTok again.
Video, and through another piece of her content, my initial thoughts were completely confirmed. In her very next video, Evie talks about what her experience was like growing up. For context, this video is about her growing up as a lesbian.
I was being severely bullied at that time from the ages of like 11 to 13 by a friend of mine who basically it was like an abusive friendship that I was going through. So I had really low self-confidence and my self-esteem was really low. So I basically, it was like, even if I...
So Think Before You Sleep is now just going to make fun of this girl because she got abused by a friend of hers during Catholic school. Now, I'm going to assume it's an all-girls Catholic school. Now, Think Before You Sleep. If you know anything about all-girls Catholic schools, because of the amount of sexual repression that exists in there, the likelihood of lesbian relationships forming within all-girls Catholic schools goes up significantly because of, again, the backwards thinking and teachings of those fucking schools.
I'm gay. I don't think I could even like pull a girl, you know what I mean? I remember one of the things that she told me, this like horrible girl that I was friends with, she would say like, oh, no one will ever love you. And I think that she definitely caught on that I had a crush on this one girl like later on, and she would like say things that would like be like, oh, of course this girl wouldn't like you because you're so ugly and you're so this and that. I just agreed with her. I was like, yeah, there's no way.
I do want to take a second to say that she was a child during all this, so I can empathize with how awful it must have been to have a friend like that around 11 years old. Really, one of the worst things that can happen to you as a child is being told very early on that you're useless, worth nothing, and no one will like you. If you poison a kid with information...
I don't know. I think personally, Think Before You Sleep, you probably should have been said that more often, so then you wouldn't make your dog shit fucking videos. I'm just saying. We're Pepe posting a little bit. We're Pepe posting a little.
Like that, it will have a pretty drastically negative effect on them by the time they become adults.
Yes, I do still have some kind of like traumas from this, and I think the other thing was that like I always thought.
I mean, listen, the only reason why I Think Before You Sleep is saying that is because he's okay, because he probably thinks that white women being lesbians and not being broodmares for the state is unironically abusive or something. If I were to take a guess.
I was always the weirdo, I was always the outsider, so I always felt that way. I still have a lot of self-image and self-confidence problems.
Yeah, and so what happened as a result of that is that people didn't like her, and she had to put up with an abusive friend because she was desperate to have the attention and company of literally anyone. And I do want to take a second to emphasize that none of this stuff goes away when you become an adult. Adults treat people like shit too, they just tend to be more sophisticated about it than kids. They'll never stop bullying, particularly in the context that she was talking about.
Okay, this is fucking hilarious that this is coming from fucking Think Before You Sleep. Are you Think Before You Sleep, are you gonna hold a mirror when you say this? Are you gonna hold a mirror about that? Just saying.
In the video because you can't force people to like you. However, the simple answer to not get bullied and not get stuck with shitty friends is to learn how to be desirable. People are calling you weird because you're missing social cues and acting inappropriately in certain situations. So learn how to limit the behaviors that people don't like.
How do you know that? Like, well, how do you know that? Hold on, you don't know what her environment is when she fucking grew up. You don't know how she, quote unquote, learned about those fucking social cues. Why? Like, why? You don't know her fucking environment, how she grew up, what she was taught. How can you tell that? How can you make that fucking assertion? That's the problem that I have with people like Think Before You Sleep. He loves to just jump to fucking conclusions very, very often, right? It's like, how do you know that this is how she was inherently being treated by her fucking parents, right? How do you know that she was like socialized properly? You don't know her fucking environment. You don't know her story. You're just taking random out of context clips from a fucking YouTube channel. You don't know. Does she speak about that? She's just talking about how she got bullied by one particular girl and how she was a bit of a social outcast within her fucking school. Does it mean she was getting bullied by everyone? I mean, seemingly she's only getting bullied by one person. Do you know why she was missing those social cues? Do you know? Are you going to provide evidence? Do you have any idea? I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. I have no fucking clue. But you want to just, go in and just start immediately fucking speculating on this sort of like thoughts and ideas. Maybe not thoughts and ideas, but like the socialization that this girl herself, Evie, went through. When you yourself have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
I can only do certain things around the appropriate people. So taking her past into account, what type of person would criticize America from a different country and say we have to let in an infinite number of people who hate us and don't share our values? Who tries to get along with people?
Evie never said that, by the way.
Who hate them. Oh, right. It's all the kids who have trouble making friends who do that because they don't have any other choices. Like the kid in high school who tries to hang out with the popular crowd, not realizing that he's only in the group so they can bully him. So when I say I'm a heavy advocate of self-improvement, a part of the reason is so that young people don't end up with toxic friendships.
Well, no. No, it's because you're okay with self-isolation and control. That's what you actually like self-improvement. That's why a lot of right-wingers, generally speaking, like self-improvement. Not for actual self-improvement goals. I'm also an advocate for self-improvement. Absolutely. I think self-improvement can certainly, and discipline specifically, are very important. But then again, Think Before You Sleep. You defend fucking pedophiles and all of the gay grinder orgies that happen all the time amongst fucking right-wingers. I'm just saying. It seems to happen a lot during conservative conventions for some reason. But whatever. Think Before You Sleep's going to pretend to be the late epic discipline guy. But whatever. Here's the thing with this specifically. and why like Think Before You Sleep doesn't actually care about people's self-improvement. If you care so much about self-improvement, but you advocate for an incredibly toxic, poisonous, self-destructive ideology like that of fucking fascism, of Nazism, in fact, then can you really make the claim that you are a proponent of self-improvement? Can you really say that? Right-wingers and Nazis themselves are some of the sloppiest, most ill-disciplined fucking losers on the planet. They are all meth heads. Very often they were also crack addicts. This is a very, very common thing amongst the fucking Nazis. We all know from all the fucking testimonies that have happened before. So, like, can you really say that you're this paragon of self-improvement and masculinity and discipline when you simp for the fucking goddamn Nazis there, Think Before You Sleep? I personally don't really think that that is the case. I think that's oxymoronic, to say the least.
Because they're so undesirable that no one wants to be around them. You can turn yourself into someone people want to talk to if you do the work. And also from a long-term perspective, I don't want these types turning into adults who then take out their past childhood experiences.
Performative males are closer to self-improvement ideology than these right-wing losers. I 1000% agree with this, U235. Think Before You Sleep doesn't give a fuck about people self-improving, because if people actually did self-improve, they would see someone like Think Before You Sleep and think, wow, why the fuck did I believe in a lot of this shit this fucking guy spews? He's a freak. He's a weirdo. Like, for all of the stuff that Think Before You Sleep is saying, talking about how a lot of, like, further, like, you know, more extremist ideologies inherently appeal to social outcasts, that's a little bit of projection there, Think Before You Sleep. Why are you saying that? That's a little interesting, isn't it?
On everyone else, particularly for the sake of this video when it comes to the stupid political ideology of how you have to accept everyone who says they want to be in your group.
Of course, immigration does benefit us.
No one fucking said that, by the way. Like, generally speaking, the idea behind, like, I don't know, being inclusive to people is saying that, oh, yeah, well, you know, talk with the guy if they're, like, cool or whatever, and you're like, I don't know, you like the cut of their jib or whatever, you know, just talk with them, hang out with them, become friends with them. Sure, whatever. But if they become, like, weirdos, I don't know, cut them off? I mean, that's just, like, normal human behavior? Think Before You Sleep? Like, do you not understand what the, like, normal human behavior is?
You know, so many important jobs in Japan and the UK and America are taken up by immigrants. And for example, in Japan, because the same rhetoric is happening in Japan, I know, for example, in convenience stores, a lot of these jobs are taken up by immigrants and also in nursing homes. Now, this also means that obviously these jobs are essential workers, they're really important, but a lot of Japanese people just can't do these jobs because they are very physically demanding. And there's an aging population. So I do truly think that immigration does help in so.
This is a very, very good point here, actually, by Evie. Yeah. A lot of more physically demanding jobs for an aging population is going to be more difficult for them to be able to accomplish. I wonder what Think Before You Sleep is going to have to say about this.
Different ways.
Did she just say that working at 7-Eleven is an essential job? I mean, that was an example that she gave. I imagine that she's bringing up Japanese convenience stores because she's a foreigner.
We're not going to we're not going to engage with the main point. But no. Well, okay. I'm not surprised by this fact whatsoever, because if Think Before You Sleep were to actually engage with the main point, he'd get fucking owned.
Or living in Japan. Her video is very Japan focused. And so the reason that convenience stores are the issue is because that is where you will.
Because she's a cosplayer, and we're talking about free run. Okay.
Very visibly see foreigners from India, just like America. And to that, I say no, it is not essential to mass.
Yeah, yes, Japan is running out of young people to the point they need immigrants. Exactly, which is why Tenkai, fucking Takaichi, Sanai Takaichi, I always forget her name. I'm really bad with names. The fact that she's kicking out a bunch of fucking migrants right now, there's going to be, it's going to have quite a bit of a knock-on effect in terms of the Japanese economy.
Import people so that 7-Eleven can have 50 stores in Japan all within a mile of each other that stay open for 24 hours a day. Late hours is why they're hiring Indians.
Why are we not... Okay, first off, it's not Indians. Why are we not talking about nursing homes? Like, she brought up specifically first nursing homes. Also, do you know anything about, like, convenience stores within Japan? Think Before You Sleep? They're not, like, convenience stores within America. This is why you have, like, the eternal, like, mind-raped set, like, the mind-cucked set, of, oh, everything's always centered around America. This is why you don't have, like, America, like, Eurocentric sort of ideology, right? This is the kind of problem with it. 7-Eleven in Japan is completely different than that of America. They serve differing functions. Aren't they, like, basically, like, like massive convenience stores. You can get like any form of like products. Like I think you can get like medical products there. You can get food. You can do groceries at these 7-Elevens as well. In terms of like the services that are being provided, or rather the goods that are provided within 7-Elevens in Japan, in Asia specifically, they are significantly more robust. But whatever. Yeah, immigration is the reason why the West is not losing people. Again, think YouTube 35. We're talking about think before you sleep here. We're dealing with a Nazi here. Logic is anathema to their being.
You'll see Japanese people working the normal hours, but they probably don't want to work night shift hours for terrible pay. But the Indians will, so they import Indians, which is bad for the labor market. Stuff like this suppress.
Wait, think before you sleep. Do you not know how night shifts work? Typically, you get paid better in night shifts because it's a night shift. I should know. I've worked night shift before. They typically pay a little better because the timing is inconvenient.
This is wages, which means people have to work more hours, which means they don't have time for families, and thus you get a shit economy with lots of old people. This is not a solution for low birth rates.
I think
no, the problem with the Japanese economy is with Japanese work culture specifically. That's why a lot of people don't have the time to be able to go out and, well, socialize with people to start families. Think before you sleep, but you don't know shit about Japan because you're a fucking LARPer, little bro. Yeah, there's labor shortages in Japan, but does Think Before You Sleep know about any of that, Alex? No, he doesn't, because he makes shitty propaganda and he barely understands how any country's economy works.
Everyone deserves to move to the country that they want to be in, and I think that is just generally a human thing. But I also do think it's important to know that you don't necessarily have to be doing an extremely difficult job just to immigrate to a different country.
Yes, you do. Immigration is a privilege, not a right. Unless, of course, you want to contest the ownership of a territory in combat.
Hey, dumbass. Unfortunately, nobody fucking agrees with that. Immigration is not a privilege. It is a right. If people want to be able to immigrate to a particular country, I'm just gonna say there, you are allowed to fucking move to that country. Like, absolutely. I should know. I'm a fucking migrant, bro. We literally, unironically, filled out all the paperwork in order to be able to move to fucking Canada. I'm from Romania, of course. Bună ziua, salut, bună dimineața, blah, 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 blah. There's some fucking Romanian. Just a little quick lesson to you. Think before you sleep. It's called freedom of movement, motherfucker, which is an inherently liberal value. But you're a Nazi. You don't believe in liberal values. You do not believe in the Enlightenment because you're a backwards thinking little freak. Think before you sleep. Also, what's up, IDC Chime? I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. Yes, you are here perfectly just in time for Think Before You Sleep. Well, this is a bit of an old video that I've had on the docket for a little while. Just never really got around to it. Yeah, bro should probably look up the hikikomori if we want to talk about, like, social problems within Japan. But again, Think Before You Sleep does not... He doesn't care about that. Doesn't care. Ooh, okay. Whoa, really? He went to Japan with Nerdrotic and his crew as well? Turns out he did went there before, but obviously he's a white weeb. Okay, so... He probably has some idea about, like, the conditions within Japan, but because he's a right-wing dumbass who went there with a bunch of right-wing fucking dumbasses, he obviously has no idea about how things have changed throughout the years within Japan. Can't speak the culture nor respect the culture, but only goes to Japan for the anime fetish, nothing else. Wait, is Think Before You Sleep a massive fucking weeb? Really? That's fucking hilarious to me. I mean, massive weeb, Think Before You Sleep, and he doesn't even understand, like, the basics of free run. Like, he doesn't understand the story or how the fucking mechanics of the world work. Hilarious.
But maybe the skill requirements of a job is beside the point because these essential workers can't even do the basics of easy jobs as well as Japanese people can, or Americans when it comes to America, because the vast majority of immigrants...
What the fuck are you talking about here? What evidence do you have for that fucking claim?
To any country don't learn the language past beginner level, and it's annoying to have to deal with that, especially in large quantities.
Yeah, because they don't have to learn the fucking language of past beginner level to be able to do a convenience store job? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Which is why he made this video. He's a big weeb. I had no idea he was a massive weeb. That's honestly, I think that's just more pathetic.
Quantities. For example, when I was going to the airport to leave Japan, I had some issue with my train ticket, but don't worry, because the station had a highly qualified Indian on staff to help you with your problems, and he even speaks English. Guess what? He didn't speak English. So I switched to Japanese to explain what I wanted, and guess what? He didn't speak Japanese either. I ended up just ignoring him and figuring out the problem myself. And moreover, what I was getting at with the whole...
Wait, hold on. I first off, I don't believe Think Before You Sleep for even 1 second. He lies about as much as he fucking breathes. Okay. Again, young people, for the most part, are not doing those fucking jobs because there's not enough within the labor pool of Japan, because no one's having sex because of, oh, Japan's fucking work culture, and this is a massive fucking problem. Do you know about any of this? Think before you sleep. This is a very, very common problem within Japan.
Bullying thing with Evie from her past is that not building the skills to overcome bullying often develops into this ideology when you become an adult of, we just have to absolutely...
I don't know. Personally, I think that Think Before You Sleep probably should have been bullied more, so then he doesn't fucking have the schizophrenic fucking beliefs that he has.
Accept and tolerate everything, because I wasn't accepted once, and if people don't accept everything, I might not be accepted as an adult. Please accept me so I don't have to learn how to be likable. Really, it's a selfish impulse from people with unresolved issues from...
That's a really good point there, IDC. You know, and here's a great example. Miskiff. Miskiff did a bunch of stupid fuck shit within Japan as well, and... this motherfucker is not going to fucking talk about that specifically. Why? Miskiff's white. Or he might, because he's a bit of an Asmongold simp. But there are how many fucking clips of white people, white tourists, specifically within Japan, like, say, climbing the cherry blossom trees. I know that that was a big fucking controversy, right? And that's a big, big fucking no-no, and is highly fucking disrespectful within Japan. And will never sort of, like... have any attempt to speak the language, never have any attempt to like learn about anything in the culture of Japan. But this motherfucker will never talk about any of the white people who are more likely to go to Japan because they have more money to be able to take trips like that. He'll never have any mentioning of that, but he's going to talk about like black people and minorities who are living within Japan. Probably peacefully, no problem whatsoever, and are just trying to do their fucking job. But whatever. Does Think Before You Sleep care about any of that? Nope.
Childhood, that they aren't genuinely looking to put any effort into fixing, so they want people to just put up with them as they are. And I know it's them being selfish because the people of endless tolerance want you to accept every aspect of their character and the things that they do, but if you do or say something that they don't like, then they are going to accept you, and they're going to tell you that you aren't good enough.
Notice that a lot of the themes that these ultra-right...
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, wait, I kind of missed that. What was this again?
Endless tolerance wants you to accept every aspect of their character and the things that they do, but if you do or say something that they don't like, then they aren't going to accept you, and they're going to tell you that you aren't good enough.
Notice that a lot of the...
Well, no, it depends on what you're saying. The reason why... So we're doing a little bit of paradox of intolerance here. The reason why I do not tolerate the fucking bullshit that you say, Think Before You Sleep, is because you yourself are intolerant. I don't have to tolerate your fucking intolerance because of how much of a fucking dumbass freak that you are. Why should I tolerate your fucking bullshit when I know that you are intolerant? Why should I? I don't have to. That's my distinction. That's my ability to enact free will as a human being, which you are against because you're a far-right little freak. Mind you, he went to Japan, made this video while he got someone else harassed to the extreme that doxed her and canceled her trip to Japan. Really, IDC? I did not know that about Think Before You Sleep. So, Think Before You Sleep harassed someone so badly in Japan, doxed someone in Japan, and made it such that they got their trip fucking canceled. Why the fuck am I not surprised that that is the case?
The themes that these ultra-right-wing cosplayers tend to portray in their social medias are the exact same themes that are posted about on boards like 4chan, such as being violently anti-foreigners, being quote-unquote pro-white, talking about how they think that feminism has ruined...
Very, very funny that she's talking about Powder. Again, the only reason why Powder has any of the prominence that she has is because she made that one document about the Cinder drama and is trying to use that in order to propel herself to be some kind of like weird right-wing grifter because she's an incredibly lazy content creator.
Society, and also talking about Japan as if it is this perfect, idealistic place, only having been tourist in Japan, having never lived there, sometimes never having even been there.
I love the constant elitism from this girl. I'm the only true fan of Freyren, and I'm more Japanese than all of you other people who want to be Japanese. Calm down, lady. I know you're one of the high...
Wait, do you know how often she's been to Japan? Now, I'm not sure how many times Evie herself has been to Japan, but most of the people... She's talking about, generally speaking, most people online who talk about Japan, who talk about Japanese culture as if they know about Japanese culture. They're a bunch of fucking imperial gaijin, okay? LARPing as, like, Japanese people. Like, a bunch of, like, dumb fuck weaves with their dokimuris, with their fucking body pillows. Who barely understand anything in terms of the minutia of Japanese culture. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is very, very stupid. No, the person wasn't in Japan. She had her video, but TBYS got her harassed a lot. That he got his friends to help him with harassment and it led to the doxing. She was planning to go to Japan. Are you talking... Okay, IDC, just for, like, context. Are you talking about Evie here in particular? Are you talking about the girl that's in this video right here? Because if that's the case, why am I not surprised whatsoever? Or is it a different girl?
you're foreigners because you've been living in Japan for like 3 years, but let's be real, you don't speak Japanese to any significant extent, which is why you spend this whole interview here saying that you're an activist for Japan, yet all of your videos are in English. In fact, in a prior video, a friend and I caught you making subtitles that were so awkward that they were almost certainly written by AI, so she just pretends to speak Japanese fluently to make it look like she's in a position of authority on Japanese culture. Not that this is an unusual thing for social media influencers to do, by the way.
Wait, and you're in a position of authority on Japanese culture? Bro, you live in America. You're an authority on Japanese culture? Well, I had no idea.
I'm going to order flawlessly. サムライマック一つお願いします。はい、油肉厚ビーフと卵ベーコンございます。醤油、サムライマックお願いします。サムライマックが2種類ございます。
14 years of living in Japan, he can't even order a hamburger without stumbling and screwing up on a...
Wait, who the fuck is... I don't know who that is. Who is this? I don't know who that is. Not the girl in the video, the different one you saw a few years ago. Okay, thank you, IDC.
Basic, would you like this or that question? His friend had to explain it to him. Maybe that's beside the point, though, because the purpose of this video was to trick fans into watching a 30-minute commercial for Nissan. But neither of these two are experts on Japan. They are long...
I don't know who the fuck that was, and that's just like a random clip. Okay. People's ability to be able... Isn't Japanese like a very, very difficult language to learn? Like, it's pretty hard. If quote unquote the dude who's a part of abroad in Japan, whatever, who cares, is making content living abroad in Japan, I don't know, is he... I don't know if that dude does like daily content or is busy, may not have had enough time to be able to learn it's not kanji. Kanji is written in Japan. It's Japanese, rather. It's just Japanese, right? To fucking mix up the terms every single time. What are you talking about here? I don't know what that abroad in Japan dude basically is like, but did he have enough time to learn the language? I have no idea. Yeah, PewDiePie lives in Japan, I know that, and he's got all the time in the world to learn Japanese. I would expect that PewDiePie is probably like fluent or can speak Japanese very, very well. I mean, he's been there for quite a while, has had a lot of time on his hands in order to be able to learn the language, because again, Japanese is not an easy language to learn. It's a very difficult language. It takes a lot of fucking time. I'm just saying. That guy was abroad in Japan. Metatron and TBYS slandering and attacking him because he called out a white woman for spreading false info. More slander from Metatron and TBYS. Very interesting.
Long-term tourists who refuse to integrate with the culture, which, dare I say, is incredibly antisocial behavior and really just means they're a burden on that society, especially considering that they are both activists for open borders.
Wait, but they're fucking tourists. Wait, is abroad in Japan an activist for open borders? Keep in mind, Evie has never said anything about open borders in terms of any of her fucking positions. The only thing that she has talked about is, again, the broader liberal principle of freedom of movement, to be able to immigrate. Of course, there's a process that needs to be engaged with in order to be able to immigrate to Japan. She never said anything about people just basically, like, coming in and out of the fucking country. She has said that she is all for, people being able to move about wherever, but she never talked about the immigration system inherently. Like, immigration is the process. Being able to travel to a particular country is what she's talking about. That you're doing a conflation here. Think before you sleep. The girl at TBYS got doxxed was from the Illymation. Oh, yes! Yes. Thank you, IDC. Yeah, you've jogged my memory. Yes, Illymation versus TBYS that he created. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's the girl who, she does like animations. She does like sort of like blog talk sort of things, and there's like an animation about this. So TBYS, yes, I know what you're talking about now. Vaguely speaking, for sure. But TBYS and his like Nazi little freaks and Metatron and Nerdrotic, Nazi little freaks and anti-woke grifters. I don't know if Nerdrotic is a Nazi little freak, but Nerdrotic is actually a felon. Got out of jail. I think it was for domestic abuse or alcoholism. It's one of the two. I don't remember exactly what he went to jail for, but Nerdrotic is a felon. But those fucking dumbasses basically just harassed the fucking girl to not visit Japan. Why am I not really surprised? Yeah, meaning these people took away someone's time to visit Japan, where TBYS and his crew goes to visit Japan, meaning they took her opportunity, ironically. I mean, irony and the fucking conservatives is something that is just, like, constant with these people. Yeah, it's constant.
Borders, and they're actively trying to change the politics of the country that they're a burden on. Hey, look, it's a pride parade in Tokyo, Japan, and it's full of white foreigners. Weird.
Where are you from?
Iceland.
Iceland?
Yeah.
Do you live in Japan?
Yes, I live in Japan.
So you're living here in Japan for how long?
Only since January.
What made you bring you here to Japan?
Yeah, dude, there's totally no gay people within Japan. There's a lot of fucking vibrancy in terms of gay culture and in terms of media interpretation of gay characters. Bro, have you seen One Piece? One of the most fucking popular fucking animes on the planet, and it has so many fucking queer characters in it. Okay, dude. Nice meme.
But like, in Japan's like, LGBTQ is not really progressed in Japan.
No, but hopefully we will change that.
Yeah, great. I'm sure that's really going to help with the birthing crisis there. But what these types love saying is, look at all the economic...
Again, he doesn't think before you sleep, doesn't understand why there's a birthing crisis in there. But there's random fucking jabroni there. Okay, bro.
Benefits mass immigration provides. For one, economic benefits
drugs?
too. GDP is not an indicator of the standard of living of the average citizen. Two, they always ignore the vast amount of cultural and social damage that comes as a result of bringing in millions of people into a country who did not grow up with the same value system. And not only do not speak...
Wait, have millions of people been brought into Japan? Is that accurate? Is that even fucking true? Again, it's the problem here with Think Before You Sleep. He loves doing conflations. This is like one of his favorite rhetorical tactics.
Language, but refuse to learn it in the vast majority of cases. And because the economy is downstream of a country's cultural values, all of this in the long term will actually damage the economy.
Not even a fucking fact, by the way. That's not how the economy works. If economy is downstream from fucking cultural values there, Think Before You Sleep, you should have a massive problem with the culture of overworking young people within Japan, because it's having massive economic effects on, well, not only economic, but also social effects within Japan.
And get rid of any short-term benefits mass immigration may have had. Everything is just money to these people because they don't have the social skills or pro-social behaviors to understand how much it changes your environment when you import millions of people into your country who don't speak your language.
I truly do believe that understanding the...
Yeah, if Japan is bringing millions of people, why the fuck did they lose 1 million people in a year? That's a good point there, U235. Why are a bunch of Japanese people fucking leaving there? Think Before You Sleep. Are they supposed to just like keep bleeding people away constantly? I'm just saying. Ignoring that there are LGBTQ communities and areas in Japan for LGBT people, as well as history of having LGBT stuff in it, yet they have nothing to say about lolicon. Well, Think Before You Sleep would probably... I mean, he defends fucking Tectone. He defended Tectone, who is a lolly enthusiast himself.
The language and understanding the culture are symbiotic. You won't be able to utilize all the terms and the phrases and the nuances of a language and convey that to a native speaker of said language if you don't understand the culture that the language comes from.
Right, and I think it goes the other way too. Language is a part of culture.
Isn't that the anime man? Doesn't the anime man actually live in Japan? Or something? Like, again, you don't fucking live in Japan. Think Before You Sleep.
If you don't understand the language, then you can't understand a country's culture or even discuss shared values, which is essential for getting along with people. The values are embedded in the language. Like I said, it's not just about money. In my opinion, no amount of money is better than living around good people who I can communicate with and who share my values. You know, common sense values such as rape is bad, which is an idea that is not shared by lots of the people who are coming into America, and I don't want my country to become a PvP zone because 7-Eleven wants to pay their night shift workers less. The culture matters.
Okay, fucking stupid, man. Yeah, totally. Because 7-Eleven is bringing in all the fucking rapists in order to work their convenience store locations. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
And really, as for Evie, I think the lack of...
Yeah, also, Republicans don't think is bad. Republicans don't think rape is bad. But yeah, totally, bro. Yeah, fucking, you defend Donald Trump, who's in the Epstein files, who probably raped kids. Stupid.
Empathy for how others feel that comes with thinking that you can just go to someone else's country and instantly start telling them what to do is a sign of low intelligence. And speaking of low intelligence...
Again, that's not what Evie is saying there. Like, it's stupid.
So what I get really tired of is all these online personalities trying to pretend that they're experts in cultures that they know little to nothing about.
One of the biggest...
Fucking hilarious coming from you, Think Before You Sleep. You went to fucking Japan once, and now all of a sudden you think you're an expert? You had a fucking drama preventing someone else from being able to travel to the fucking goddamn country in Illymation? For what purpose exactly? Because you're a fucking little weirdo freak? And yet you think that you're an authority on Japanese culture? You think that you can just say whatever the fuck you want about Japanese culture? You pretend to be a fucking authority and telling Evie that what she's saying is inherently wrong because she doesn't understand anything about Japanese culture when she's an anime creator and you're a fucking grifting little freak on the internet who makes dogshit far-right propaganda videos. You are a hypocrite, Think Before You Sleep. Nonsense here from this stupid Nazi little fucking weirdo.
Biggest lies that we have been telling in Western media is that Japan does not have feminism and that feminism just doesn't exist in Japan.
So Edie has captioned her short with, feminism is not a Western concept, implying that Japan created its own version of feminism, independent of countries like America.
Hey, dumb fuck. Who occupied Japan or is still currently occupying Japan to this day for about 80 years after World War II? America. So a lot of American cultural values ended up seeping into Japan. Oh my god. Whoa, shocker. And, you know, just to talk about, like, the whole sort of, there is no, like, Western feminist values not seeping into the pure East or whatever the fuck. Let's not talk about the current, like, women going their own way, for lack of a better term, movement that's happening in Korea because of how misogynistic and patriarchal Korean society is. But Whatever. Think Before You Sleep loves to pretend that cultural osmosis doesn't exist when it's entirely convenient for him. Very stupid. Yep, that's a good point there, IDC. But yeah, funny how TBYS cries about sexual assault, yet there was a rape apologist himself that he argued that the victim should be silent on what happened while argued that the judge is wrong. We've gone over that video there, IDC, on the fucking YouTube channel. Shameless self-promo. Like, comment, and subscribe. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, and those in between. ! YouTube if you are in the Twitch chat to subscribe to the YouTube channel. I have covered that sort of case where Think Before You Sleep was talking about that case, particular court document, and was defending Tectone because he's just a rapist and he just hates women. Like, it's like literally what it is. Yeah, like, argued that the judge was wrong because she can do her job as well as qualified doing it, having experience doing her job, her being a woman and pro-diversity. Yeah, he didn't have any, like, arguments whatsoever in order to talk about the case at all, where Tectone, in that case, again, said that he was a diagnosed unmedicated schizophrenic with guns. He basically, like, when his lawyer was asking him questions, he would, like, durdle about and just, like, kind of bluster and talk about, like, differing points. Unironically said that he was a right-wing grifter for the fact that maintaining relevance within social media, and also lied about a lot of the actions that he did on the fucking stand in terms of the sexual impropriety that he did against Pink Chew. But for Think Before You Sleep, that all goes over his head because, I don't know, some Hassan Piker conspiracy theory that he concocted or something, the other schizophrenic nonsense. So what's up, Securitron? How's it going, buddy?
God, that dumb right-wing grifter is just unaware of, but just wait for it. This is going to be great. I'm so glad that I get to talk about this because I had to cut it from the other video.
One of the most active and famous Japanese feminists was active during the 1920s. So this is not a new thing. Japan has not suddenly received, like, inspiration from the West to have feminism. I think it's really funny when people say that feminism doesn't exist in Japan because you are seeing it. You've definitely seen something that has its roots in feminism. What I wanted to say is that feminism does exist in Japan. It's always existed. You guys really, if you don't think that, please just...
This is a very, like, cut-up fucking video, I'm going to be honest here. Like, I'm not getting a very, very good interpretation for as to what Evie's point is here because of just, like, this cut up fucking random ass hatchet job that this fucking weirdo is doing. What is she talking about? The history of feminism within Japan? I mean, since we know that she's a left-leaning creator and likes talking about those topics, that's sort of her prerogative. If she wants to talk about the history of women's not suffrage movements, but like women's sort of like pro-feminist movements that exist within Japan. Because Think Before You Sleep, I know that you don't like the fact that people are allowed to think what they are allowed to think. Bro calls himself Think Before You Sleep, when in reality, bro doesn't really think much himself. But whatever. Think Before You Sleep is a hypocrite, believes in nothing. People are allowed to do what they want as like a human being. It's called the human will, the human desire to want to do stuff in order to improve their lives and whatnot. And so if people are allowed want to like advocate for like feminist movements within Japan, that's ultimately their sort of desires. Like, who the fuck cares? Who are you to essentially stop someone from wanting to advocate for their own fucking rights? Oh, it's because you're a fucking rapist who wants to just have women be broodmares for the state. Because again, Nazi.
Do some research, read a book.
Very Japanese of you to brag.
Yeah, same with slavery. There has always been slave rebellions thousands of years apart who have never heard of each other. It's human nature. The only one that we most know of, most famously, is of course the slave rebellion of Spartacus. But that's because it was one of the biggest ones, and it was one of the more... Well, it wasn't successful ultimately in the end, but it was one of the bigger ones, and that was the one that got written throughout history. Yes, he does... That is true there, IDC. I do know what exactly you're talking about. But yeah, he's admitted to fucking editing people out of context, but whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. He's just a fucking complete propaganda. He's a hack. Like, that's all that Think Before You Sleep is.
About how smart you are and how you read so much. I can see you're really absorbing the culture.
I'm talking about stuff. I've researched this, and it's all Japanese literature that I've looked at whenever I talk about
And you've researched the dumbass fucking nonsense about Japanese culture and how it works in terms of its inherent minutia yourself, Think Before You Sleep? Okay, buddy.
Me when I lie. But I like how her argument for, yeah, Japan has been feminist all along, it totally wasn't influenced by the West, is to give a single example and say, trust me, you've definitely seen something that has its roots in feminism.
Wait, okay, so you don't have a problem... Okay, so now you have a very selective problem with Western influence in terms of, like, the Japan... When, again, the reason why there's a lot of Western influences within Japan is because the Americans are still within the country for for at this point for like 8 decades, for like 80 plus fucking years. So you don't have a problem with Western influence, but now you have a problem with this particular form of Western influence. Seems a little selective here. Think before you sleep. I wonder why we're being so selective.
Of course, she's not going to provide any examples, but just believe her. And if you don't believe her, she implies that you're stupid by telling you to do her research for her. Did they teach you to do that in college? Here's the fun part. Evie posts a Wikipedia article about a
Wait, does she say that? Is that even accurate? Is that true? What are you talking about? Jesus fucking Christ, man.
When they Miss Ichikawa. This is about a 2-minute read. I know that's a lot for some people, but during the article, it says that Miss Ichikawa went to the US to talk to a women's suffrage leader. The great part is that Evie actually screen caps this moment from the Wikipedia page as she's talking about how Japanese feminism was definitely not influenced by the West. I mean, this looks a lot like a direct lie from her. She cuts right under the part that talks about Western influence. I mean, even the LGBT stuff in Japan has likely been heavily influenced by Western liberals, considering that...
Wait, okay. She was talking about this in the fucking 20s. Yeah, she got inspired from what I understand, she got inspired from Western sort of like the suffragette movement. Okay. Wait. Okay. Hold on. Think Before You Sleep is actually saying something entirely different here. I think the reason why he's having a problem here in particular is because no, I know why he's doing this. It's because he's against women voting. That's what it is. Yeah, it's because he doesn't want women to vote.
Tons of the language that's used to talk about it is done with borrowed words from English.
A lot of LGBTQ plus terms are like English, basically. Lesbian, you can say lesbian in Japanese. Very original.
Not that Evie would know any of this because her Japanese level is very low. Anyway.
Wait, why are you saying that just lesbian? What about gay? What about queer? What about all these other fucking words that exist for identifying gay people? There's a lot of other LGBTQ identifications. Think Before You Sleep.
Evie's video on Matt cosplaying as Freeran is about America and Japan, 2 cultures that she didn't grow up in, yet she has the audacity to tell us all what to do and be a know-it-all, while making numerous mistakes like saying the President of America can write laws, which really is just...
I mean, she's done research in comparison to yourself, which you have not done at all, so like, okay? Like, come on, man. Like, think before you sleep. You're reaching here, bro.
Arrogance, and probably why she had trouble making friends in school. Not saying that it wasn't bad that she was bullied, but...
Fucking says think before you sleep, by the way.
Looking at this as an adult, I think the reason why she had to put up with a toxic friendship is because she does a lot of things that make her unlikable to people who aren't toxic. Cutting context to lie to her audience being...
How the fuck do you know that that's the case when she was a kid, you dumbass? Like, what are you talking about? All she's doing is essentially saying a bunch of opinions that she has after doing research and probably reading books. Something that you are anathema to.
One of those things. Many people can't attract good friends because they are toxic themselves. But keep in mind that the especially offensive part of all of this is that she frequently says that most of her audience is American.
My audience is majority in America, so I post around 3 to 4 a.m. every day. For me, that doesn't really bother me because this is my dream. This is what I want to do.
You like, think before you sleep. You are aware that most of the people that listen to YouTube are American. Does he know? Does he know? I don't think he knows.
This is like so important to me.
So her audience is primarily American, and she very openly is trying to influence our politics as a foreigner who doesn't live here and therefore doesn't have to deal with the societal consequences of the policies or the sort of disinformation.
Again, this is like a complete utter like leap in logic here that's being done by Think Before You Sleep. Yeah, man, she's influencing American politics by making YouTube videos. Stupid.
That she promotes.
Feminism has always been around in Japan, and I think it's not a Western concept.
Speaking of doing things that make you unlikable and the whole free run cosplay drama, Edie goes on to essentially call Mac and right-wing anime watchers a bunch of murderers because a cosplayer named Ashley Paxton, who also went by Squid Kid, chose to end her own life.
We'll talk about the details from this in particular because Think Before You Sleep is being particularly disgusting here.
One of the worst cases of this is cosplayers being bullied for their skin color, people using horrible racist memes, which are absolutely not funny at all, because why do you think it's funny to bully someone who looks beautiful? One of the most heartbreaking examples of this is a cosplayer who unfortunately took their own life because of the bullying online, the majority of which was horrible racist rhetoric being used to try and make fun of them and their cosplays. And
by the way, Evie is correct here. I'm going to say that very often a lot of right-wingers on Twitter, again, your favorite fucking platform because it's populated by schizophrenics such as yourself, Think Before You Sleep, very often bully a lot of black cosplayers for being a bunch of for cosplaying a bunch of fucking white characters as black people because they'll have a problem with the fact that they're black. Think Before You Sleep. That is the problem. Think Before You Sleep. But then again, you are okay with that because you hate black people. Yeah, you know, has TBYS ever saw the Beatles craze in the United States? Listen, like I said before, U235, when cultural osmosis is convenient for Think Before You Sleep, it's convenient for Think Before You Sleep, and then he'll just talk about it and use it as a point in his dumb fuck arguments.
That really shows the severity of this problem, and it shows you that this is an issue that actually is life-threatening, because it's not just a case of annoying right-wing grifters who, we see on Twitter and we're like, I'll just block them and move on. It is also the case that this is actually harming young black people.
I'm not really sure why this was included in the video, because as far as Evie has shown, Mac is not a part of this event, so it seems irrelevant. However, because the topic is about Mac and her ICE cosplay and saying that she's pro-white, I'm guessing that Evie includes this story to say that Mac somehow contributed to Squid Kid, a black girl, ending her own life.
That's not the argument that she's making. She's talking about right-wingers in general, you dumbass.
Now, before I say anything else, I will say this, which is that everybody gets bullied and receives hate comments on the internet. If someone chooses to take their own life because they can't handle mean comments online, then that mental health struggle almost certainly originated way before people said they didn't like her cosplays. Now, doing research on this,
How the fuck do you know that exactly?
really is no specific information on how Ashley Paxton died or why.
Like, again, he's just utilizing the death of a young black girl, because do you even know that she struggled with fucking depression before any of this? No, I don't think so. I don't think he knows.
The family has chosen to keep everything private, including the cause of death. Personally, I think this is a smart decision, though context clues would indicate that Ashley's death was mental health related. However, considering that we don't have any information from the family on any possible reasons for her death, I think it's extremely unfair to say that your political enemies are responsible for this. Evie does post a quote from this article here, but it didn't provide any evidence that bullying on the internet is why Ashley chose to end her life. As far as I can tell, this is just a rumor that was spread by this Instagram account that has no proof to back it up. In fact, 2 days after this was posted, the family wrote a message on Ashley's Instagram account asking people to not honor her with assumptions, finger-pointing, inaccuracies, or accusations, which to me looks a lot like a direct response to the clear race baiting that came from this anime account.
How the fuck do you know that? This is a constant pattern of behavior. Do we need to find all the fucking specific sort of like instances of like race baiting that was happening in order to satisfy think before you sleep? Because I have without a shadow of a doubt in my mind that there was a bunch of race baiting that was happening to this fucking black cosplayer. Because it's a consistent pattern of behavior.
And I imagine that they're saying that because the reality is that Ashley had a lot going on in her life. The funeral service is still live, so I watched it, and while it was heartwarming that so many people showed up for her, it was still very sad. This was not a fun thing to research, and I'm sorry that the family had to go through losing her. But during the service, her father states that Ashley's mother died from chronic illness when she was only in middle school. So with that said, having a parent die when you're young is incredibly traumatic, and we don't know how Ashley chose to handle that. She may have still been dealing with that loss daily, close to it.
So then why the fuck are you using that funeral as a cudgel in terms of your fucking talking point, you disgusting freak? But here, what we've been waiting for and what started all of this, the Papa Gut clip, providing additional fucking context here, where he is, again, downplaying the suicide of a fucking cosplayer. For what purpose exactly? In order to get some fucking dig here at Evie. Disgusting behavior.
One of the most heartbreaking examples of this is a cosplayer who unfortunately took their own life because of the bullying online, the majority of which was horrible racist rhetoric being used to try and make fun of them.
Cosplayer named Ashley Paxton, who also went by Squid Kid, chose to end her own life.
That's a tough take. This girl was like, I think she was 20 years old when she killed herself because right-wing racist freaks would constantly bombard her and tell her that like she can't be doing cosplay because she's black. And just notice the language she says.
And Ashley Paxton, who also went by Squid Kid, chose to end her own life.
Chose to end her own life. So the reason he's saying that is because he thinks it's fine she killed herself. That's what.
Absolutely. That is what he's saying here. This is an accurate fucking take here by Papa Gut. Yeah. Think before you sleep. You are okay with black people killing themselves because, again, there's a reason why people keep calling you a fucking racist, little bro. It's because you're fucking racist.
What he's saying. She made a conscious choice to do that, guys. Assigning as much of the agency onto this one child, a fucking child, as he possibly can, but doesn't care about the online relentless harassment campaign. Mind you, this guy thinks it's perfectly acceptable to call brown people demons.
Kaylee says she first came to the U.S. 12 years ago, fleeing her home country of Honduras.
What in the...
This is a great point here by Papa Gut. We've seen this exact fucking clip here, of course, by... within the video that Think Before You Sleep was using to reference to call, again, brown people demons by doing the whole sort of analogy that all the right-wing freerun fans have been consistently doing with the anime, which is an inaccurate one, of course. But we shouldn't be really surprised that Think Before You Sleep will call, of course, this family demons, which he was doing earlier, and immigrants, generally speaking, demons, for all of the right-wing fucking propagandistic fucking nonsense that he puts out consistently about immigrant families who are, again, what exactly is the crime that the migrant there, who more than likely came in via asylum seeking and came in order to be able to build a life for herself, waiting for fucking immigration court proceedings. What crime did she fucking commit? Think before you sleep. Crossing a fucking border and then going through the necessary process in order to be able to become an American citizen, or at least a permanent resident because of that? I'm just saying. Like, is that a crime? Freedom of movement? Well, in your mind it is, because you're a fucking freak.
The hell?
Demons are monsters.
A single mother who comes here to work 3 jobs to provide for her kids because Honduras was economically oppressed. That's a demon, and it's okay for him to call her that by his logic because he showed a couple of posts of people being racist on Twitter. So when you get bullied as a white person into being racist, you can demonize an entire group of people that aren't white and basically subtextually call for their death. But if you're a fucking black girl who just wants to have a nice time cosplaying and you kill yourself, that's your fucking fault. That's what this disgusting fucking freak piece of shit is saying. I wonder if he'd be saying that about her if she was a white girl. Oh, I don't know.
Everybody gets bullied and receives...
No, he would not. Guaranteed. He'd probably feel like, I feel very sympathetic, and he would probably blame all the fucking black people that were, I assume, in this fucking analogy here, what Papa God is saying, think before you sleep, but probably try to cherry pick a bunch of black people who are trying to bully the white girl cosplayer for, I don't know, I guess maybe, I don't know, interpretations of like black characters or something in like whiteface or something. If I were to take a guess, that's a whole different can of worms. Doesn't really matter. We're moving on, of course. He would probably talk about how, oh, it's a bad thing that all these black people were advocating for the deaths of this fucking white girl cosplayer. Yeah, they all have to be, I don't know, deported and killed or something, if I were to take a guess.
Use hate comments on the internet. If someone chooses to take their own life because they can't handle mean comments online, then that mental health struggle almost certainly originated way before people said they didn't like her cosplays.
Dude, you're justifying the side of a young black girl who's just trying to have a nice time doing cosplay because she was bullied, while sitting here justifying calling fucking brown people disgusting demons because white people were getting bullied by random Twitter accounts.
She ignores all the incredible amounts of
like the fact that, again, that this is just coming up from random fucking Twitter accounts. Like I said, all the fucking time with Think Before You Sleep, this Nazi little fucking freak. Again, all this is coming from random jabronis. He doesn't even post how many fucking likes any of these accounts have. Any of them. Any of these likes. Any of their fucking follower counts. Any of the view counts any of these fucking posts have gotten. He posts none of that. But he's saying that all these people are being inherently racist to white people. Demon. This is a demon. Listen, Freeman would look at you, Think Before You Sleep, and call you a fucking demon.
Anti-white racism.
Who the fuck is Booker G. Washington? That's your whole fucking video. Your whole video is you literally licking the fucking droplets of pre from every white supremacist talking point while pointing the finger at non-white people and telling them that they deserve to be fucking dead. You are a disgusting, worthless freak piece of shit. This is unironically fucking insane. Jesus Christ.
The reality is that Ashley had a lot going on in her life. The funeral service is still alive, so I watched it, and while it was heartwarming that so many people showed up for her.
Dude, this guy's a freak. You watched it just to come in here and downplay her death and say it was all her fault?
It was still very sad. This was not a fun thing to research, and I'm sorry that the family had to go through losing her. But during the service, her father states that Ashley's mother died from chronic illness when she was only in middle school. She may have still been dealing with that loss daily close to a decade later.
He's monologuing about why like her death is not the fault of racists that relentlessly bullied her for a fact.
Hey, Think Before You Sleep. You want to know why fucking black people call people like yourself the white devil? This is why.
A decade later. And I'm bringing this up because treating mental health issues requires that you look at the root causes instead of some superficial bullshit that's convenient for your political arguments. Also, what certainly seems to be the case is that Ashley's family did not want her death to be used as a political tool to spread divisiveness, much like Edie is doing in her video. So
that's fucking hilarious that, again, he's saying this, but the father of Austin Metcalf's death also said to not use his fucking son as a political tool, to not use his death as a fucking political tool. What did all the right-wingers do immediately? Use his death as a political tool?
Edie, if you're wondering which social landmines you're stepping on that cause people to not like you, this would be one of them.
I'm doing my research.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe. I find it much easier to believe.
Yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah, your research for talking about Japanese culture is you going on a trip there once.
That you're radicalizing people into false beliefs by doing crap research and not considering more than one side to the story. I mean, did you even check Ashley's Instagram?
Fucking says TBYS. It's incredible.
Or try to look for comments from people who knew her personally? Or did you just spend 60 seconds reading a single article and thought that was sufficient enough to essentially call conservatives a bunch of murderers while implying that Mac was a contributor to it by including this news story after you spent 16 minutes calling her the most horrendous online racist that you've ever seen?
I came across...
Says the fucking guy who unironically downplayed the death of a 20-year-old black girl, trying to make the claims throughout the entirety of this fucking video of random fucking Twitter accounts bullying white people, saying that they're being racist because of random fucking Twitter accounts and TikTokers saying that, oh, we need to talk about these like particular topics. I just want to talk about this fucking topic. Not displaying any of the follower counts that these people have, not displaying any of the views that these fucking videos have gone, not displaying anything, any fucking detail whatsoever from any, and I mean any, of these fucking posts online. And you want to fucking use the death of a young black girl? Use her death in order to push this dog shit fucking propaganda. You're a fucking demon. Freeman would look at your dumbass and call you the demon.
The account of one of the most shocking racist women that I have ever seen on the internet.
Personally, I found this whole part of the video to be quite disgusting, and I think that Edie is a really bad person for doing that. Also, Edie, your whole video is about you not liking some...
Bro. I find this whole part of the video to be fucking disgusting, and personally, I think it should be completely cut out from this fucking dog shit fucking propaganda piece.
Racist woman that I have ever seen on the internet.
Personally, I found this whole part of the video to be quite disgusting, and I think that Edie is a really bad person for doing that. Also, Edie, your whole video is about you not liking someone's cosplay and being quite discriminatory towards white people in the process. I hope that Mac doesn't get bullied and stays healthy, or you might find yourself in a moral dilemma here. Anyway, after the murder accusations, Edie...
Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. You literally just used the suicide of a black girl, alleged suicide of a black girl, to do your fucking propaganda fucking talking point, bro. Like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
says this.
I'm descended from Holocaust survivors, so I don't think that there's anything wrong with my ancestors, but I don't know about you, it depends.
Just a little creator advice, Evie. You probably shouldn't be telling a bunch of people on Twitter that you're in favor of mass immigration and your family is full of Holocaust survivors. They might start saying things. Though, in an extreme bit of irony.
We doing a little Pepe posting here, think before you sleep? You are the type that does it.
Evie ends her video about Max cosplay by saying this.
Cosplay is for everyone. And I wanted to end this video on a positive note with sharing that Kenzie has in fact been banned from a lot of the local conventions in her area. An Instagram user by the name of Cordial Harlequin posted about how Kenzie was local to her region in St. Louis. But when they found Twitter photos of her wearing a MAGA hat, they banned her immediately and she stopped showing up to the local cons.
So there are two parts of this. First is the extreme irony of her saying, I think people should be allowed to go wherever they want. Wait, not people who disagree with me. This goes back to the whole, I can't have...
No, it's not that people who disagree with you. It's people who unironically say particular things like, oh, yeah, well, you know what? I think ICE is correct in terms of a lot of its behaviors against migrants. It's not about, like, an ideological fucking perspective here. Think before you sleep. You fucking demon. Jesus Christ, man.
Anyone who has different beliefs in my hobby. These people have ruined many different hobbies by inserting their stupid politics into apolitical spaces.
I don't know a great deal about the...
Fucking says you think before you sleep. Says every fucking right-winger who watches anime, who plays, like, Warhammer and whatnot. It says this motherfucker. He has the audacity to say something like this. Okay, bro.
The politics of the cosplay world, to be honest with you.
It's kind of how, unfortunately, a lot of culture-dominated things go. If you're right of Karl Marx, you're viewed as a crazy person.
The Super Smash Brothers community...
Yeah, no one fucking says that, by the way.
Is another example of that. It's full of radicals who turn everything into politics and people who you shouldn't let around children. The second part of this is that I thought
what the fuck are you talking about, bro? What left-leaning people are doing? What is fucking God? What's his name? Is Zero like some left-wing radical or something? Is Mango a left-wing radical? What are you fucking talking about, bro? Okay, dude.
It's kind of suspicious that Edie emphasizes the specific city that Mac lives in, when she could have easily made her point without mentioning that. Personally, I don't ever use specific information about where people live unless I've said it publicly or I have their permission. And by that, I'm...
She just mentioned the city, not like where she specifically lives. But you yourself have fucking doxed people and harassed people to not be able to go on a trip to Japan, you motherfucker.
That this kind of looks like a sneaky attempt to encourage doxing. So I sent Mac an email on this, and she informed me that the thread that Edie showed was made during a time where many people were trying to dox her over a viral tweet that was honestly not that offensive. Also saying that...
Oh, yes. I remember this fucking tweet. Yeah, where this motherfucker, unironically, was trying to do, like, a race-baity sort of thing, talking about a black cosplayer who was cosplaying Freerun. Yeah, it's always been interesting that so many black cosplayers just wear their own hair or textured wigs, sometimes the right color, sometimes not, with cosplays instead of trying to look as much of the character as possible. Hey, Mac. I know that you're a right-winger and you're not very intelligent. It's called artistic interpretation. No. Wait, Daho, are you saying that cosplay is a form of art, it's a form of media, and as a byproduct, people are allowed to have whatever interpretations that they can have of a particular character and can criticize it or also agree with that fucking particular interpretation of said character? Radical concept for the fucking...
American people are tired of women.
Thank you. Radical concept for the dumb fuck Nazi to understand.
This post is offensive is an incredibly ironic argument to make, considering how many wokies shout cultural appropriation every time a white woman puts on a kimono or wears dreadlocks. Like, I would expect to see something more openly racist, especially considering that just like Edie, this person also...
Well, that's because a lot of people are doing that for culturally appropriating... Also, it kind of depends on the fucking context. Like, again, out of context, like, that statement means nothing. But it depends on why a lot of those white people are wearing those fucking kimonos. It depends on why a lot of those individuals are using those particular fucking hairstyles and whatnot. But, you know, does think before you sleep ever consider about any of that? Nope.
Appears to be saying that Mac caused Ashley Paxton to end her life, followed by, ironically, saying that the solution to this problem is bullying. Allow me to remind everyone that before this post was made, Ashley's family wrote this message.
Again, massive fucking leap in logic there by think before you sleep. Evie did not say any of that whatsoever. Because he cut up a bunch of fucking clips, put them all together in order to come up with this argument. Again, think before you sleep has admitted to editing clips out of context in order to construct some form of a fucking argument. So should we be really surprised that he's a fucking liar?
Asking people to have mature conversations regarding the subject, and also said it would be her wish for people to respond to her loss with listening.
I've also called them out on that as well, their IDC. Like, again, I will always make the fucking claim, or rather ask the question of someone like think before you sleep. Yeah, you got any evidence for that claim? Anything? Any evidence? No? Oh, so you're lying. Okay, moving on.
forgiveness, compassion, and patience. So here's my argument. Evie starts her video by saying Mac is one of the most racist accounts that she's ever seen. She then talks about a girl ending her life because of racist Twitter users, and then shows this thread stating where Mac lives that is very openly calling for people to attack those that they have deemed.
Again, these are all this is a very, very congruent line that fucking Think Before You Sleep has created here.
Racist. Now, in this context, one might interpret the term bully very generously. However, that term was used directly after someone essentially is accusing Mac of being a murderer. Also, considering the whole punch a Nazi, by the way, everyone we disagree with is a Nazi narrative, along with all the political violence that comes from radical leftists, what do they mean by bully? So, Evie, why are you trying to encourage people to investigate where Mac lives by signal boosting this thread that gives up personal information and says attacking her would be virtue?
They literally just said that she lives in St. Louis. Where, like, again, where in this? That she lives in St. Louis. Hey, Think Before You Sleep. I know that you're not very intelligent, but that's a pretty big city. That's it. They just know that she lives in St. Louis. That's literally it. That's not fucking doxing, bro. I can say that you live in America. Does that mean I'm doxing you? Silly.
But at the end of the day, if you're going to be openly racist in public, I don't think that you should be allowed in spaces that are supposed to be safe, and, well, you're always welcome on 4chan if you feel lonely.
Okay, this is perfect. I think Edie gets it. You see, I have this very big safe space called the United States of America, and in my safe space, I don't want millions of people with vastly different values to be allowed in, especially if they refuse to assimilate, and especially if they're hostile. I mean, do you know how many
fucking says Think Before You Sleep?
These foreigners who are coming into America are very openly racist? It's like a ton of them. So I'm glad Edie and I are on the same page here.
How do you know this?
You that being in favor of border security is a bipartisan issue. Now, Mac did make her own response to Evie's video that she uploaded to YouTube and Twitter. It runs about 45 minutes, and I think the best part of it was this part here.
It's like, can you not do anything else with your life? I don't know.
Do something with your life is especially amusing, as you know if you've been following me, that I'm a wife and mother of multiple beautiful children, which is precisely why I'm worried about the state of my nation and their safety. I would definitely consider that doing something with my life.
Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah, you're concerned about the state of your fucking children and the state of your nation because of, again, a random Honduran mother who came up with a family of 4 going through the correct legal process of asylum and then, you know, claiming asylum, going through the fucking correct process in order to become a permanent resident, gain a fucking goddamn green card, and is working multiple jobs to provide for said family. That's a danger to you, you stupid fucking racist.
Way more than posting silly cosplays online.
Yeah, I thought it was really funny for Mac to call Evie a selfish childless loser who doesn't care about the negatives of mass immigration.
Fucking says Think Before You Sleep.
Because she's not responsible for anyone's safety.
Like, I did not want to be the mum. I did not want to have a baby. I did not want to be in that role, even in a game.
She's talking about playing house as a kid here and using it to explain how she doesn't want children, which is why I say statements like this next one are just fake empathy to promote her politics.
Japan right now makes it really hard to want to have children.
Bro, like, literally. Hey, oh, everything he says, it's just fucking hypocrisy. God, literally, the same thing can fucking be applied to you. Think Before You Sleep, you disgusting wretch.
Children, but also to have a career, because mothers here are not treated the best, and I think that's one of the reasons why the population is not doing so well, really.
Gee, I'm so glad we...
Wait, no, she's just correct there. She unironically is talking about Japan's fucking work culture. That's what she's talking about there.
Have help with the Japanese birthing crisis from the anti-natalist terminally offended lesbian who doesn't understand their culture and can't speak their language.
How the fuck do you know she's anti-natalist? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what's the evidence to say that she's anti-natalist? Has she ever expressed any anti-natalist beliefs?
What could possibly go wrong? Note that the other British foreign expat who also doesn't really speak Japanese and who thinks mass immigration is a good solution to the birthing crisis also does not want or have kids. I'm noticing a pattern. Oh my god, on Chris's Reddit.
Again, I'm going to say right now, where abroad in Japan, in terms of the one fucking clip that you played, he talked about being an advocate for mass immigration. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Someone got downvoted into oblivion because people were offended that he politely asked if Chris was going to have kids. This is some doomer shit. Again, I'm noticing a pattern. Anyway, Mac goes on to point out that as a foreign guest in the country, all Evie does is complain about Japan.
The fact is, Evie herself has numerous short videos complaining about different aspects of Japanese culture from a feminist perspective. She's actually a great example herself of someone moving into a nation and then being angry it doesn't welcome her, even though she's trying to change it and thinks it should change.
And why would you want to welcome someone?
Like, I'm sorry that there's people who want to try to make a country that they're currently living in better? I thought you people were nationalists. Like, what's up with that? I wonder what Think Before You Sleep might... This is a very interesting screen cap that Think Before You Sleep has here in Japan. Saying Free Palestine? That's a little fucking interesting. Because for whatever reason, within Japan, they are very, very pro-Palestinian. And this motherfucker, you know, is definitely okay with a lot of the actions that Israel is taking within the Middle East.
Someone into your home who doesn't speak your language is constantly saying you suck and is trying to tell you what to do. I think Mac's statements about Evie are pretty accurate here. Evie essentially spent this entire video...
She's talking about fucking racists, not the actions of individuals in Japan. She's talking about, again, a more systemic critique, dumbass.
Complaining about Japan and talking about how she's going to change the country, despite not even being fluent in the language. I mean, if she was, all of her activism wouldn't be in English, right?
Most foreigners here just, instead of coming here to challenge themselves, they're coming here to find an easier way of life and just kind of enjoy the fruits of Japan without actually putting in the work to also respect the culture at the same time. I know foreigners who live here. Most of the foreigners who live here are like, wow, Japan has great healthcare, Japan is so safe, but I don't like how Japan is politically, I don't like Japan's views on this and that, and I want to change that.
And let me reemphasize here by saying...
Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, that's definitely a, that's definitely what a lot of these people are fucking saying. Any fucking evidence for this? Again, no.
And I am almost certain that she speaks very little Japanese. This sentence here is so awkward that even
you fucking speak Japanese. What, you speak Japanese? How long has she been fucking living there? How much time does she have to learn Japanese? Do you ever speak Japanese in any of your fucking goddamn videos? How about you start speaking Japanese in your fucking videos? Think before you sleep.
My crap knowledge of the language can instantly recognize that it was written by AI. The overuse of the word I is a beginner mistake that AI makes constantly because AI translators have no idea how to handle pronouns in Japanese. This mistake is made so frequently that I don't even think she can read basic kanji because she definitely would notice it and try to correct it if she did. Also,
and your dumbass nose can learn basic. Bro, you did only one trip to Japan. You have there's just no evidence that you're a fucking you know anything about fucking Japan. You don't know. You have no idea.
That this video is only 3 months old, so there's no way she's made any significant improvement since she released it. I mean, holy shit, I did not realize she was ripping this much when I put her in the video about trash taste. Does she even have any Japanese friends? Why would you live there if you hate it so much? I think the only positive thing she said about Japan is that she likes anime. I mean, that's like...
Bro, fucking... Wait, Sea-Dog unironically lives within Japan and has been living in Japan for fucking years. Hello? And you're calling him a tourist? Bro, you went on only one trip of Japan and you think you're a hypocrite, 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 hypocrite.
If I uprooted my entire life to move to America despite really hating it because I'm a big fan of Spider-Man or something. This makes no sense.
I have met so many people, they have lived in Japan for like 3-4 years. They don't know how to speak Japanese. Yes, we Japanese try to speak a little bit of English, but we would prefer to communicate in Japanese.
And on a final note, Matt decides to dispel some misinformation.
Wow, again, random fucking out of context clips or something. Like, yeah, no shit. Japanese is a hard language to learn. It may take longer for some people to fucking learn the whatever. Okay, moving on.
Information about her that was spread by Evie.
I did not stop attending conventions because I was banned. I stopped attending conventions because I had multiple children, which are obviously my top priority. I have yet to receive official word that I've been banned from any convention, though I do suspect I'm banned from at least one for sure. It's amusing that lefties are trying to take credit for me not attending conventions because they can't possibly imagine that I'm doing anything more important than dressing up as anime characters and going to conventions.
What an own. So apparently she was only banned from a single convention, maybe, and the reason she wasn't going to other ones is because she was busy creating a family instead of choosing her career over human connection. The great thing about this is that Evie is incredibly smug about flaunting her stupid college degree and uses that to say that essentially she's a better person than Mac, as if a piece of paper matters more than surrounding yourself with people who love and appreciate you.
Like have a bachelor's degree.
Yeah, dude. I'm sure that when those children grow up under Kenzie's wise motherhood or whatever, sure, totally, they're going to definitely fucking love her. I'm very certain. Think before you sleep.
Philosophy? What a useless degree to pay for. You can read philosophy books on your own. They're on Audible for like $10 each. What jobs?
Bro, you don't fucking read philosophy books, and if you did, you wouldn't understand half the words in there, dumbass.
Even require a certificate in that. That's like being smug about a degree in gender studies, which I'm almost certain is just a radicalization pipeline with the singular goal of wasting 4 years of some young person's time. And
fucking says this dude who never went to fucking I don't think before you sleep ever went to university. Basically gets all his talking points from like Twitter and fucking 4chan and makes these like dog shit fucking video essays, quote unquote.
Even then with a degree with no market value, so that their only option is to become a smug political activist or some HR rep that everyone in the company hates. But on the topic of political radicalism, like I said, these ideas tend to appeal to people.
Again, this is incredibly fucking funny from, again, going back to the beginning of all of this with the main point initially that fucking thing before you sleep made about this. You're an antisocial shun-in weirdo who makes dog shit fucking video essays on the internet all the time to a bunch of like dumb fuck low IQ schizophrenics online who are also all a bunch of weirdo fucking shut-ins. Okay, bro.
Socially well adjusted, which is why this next thing makes sense.
Living with children, Hassan has a negative 49%, 0% favorability. But for the people that are living with their parents, he's at plus 30.
Yeah, I'm sure this shocks nobody.
Yeah, dude, I'm certain that a random fucking Asmongold clip talk about Hassan Piker is very relevant in terms of like what the fuck is the point of this? It is stupid.
People who are into this stuff and have all these dumb luxury beliefs.
I don't even know like what the fuck is that polling there? Like, who did this? Who is this random fucking dude here? Who is this guy? Oh, wait, this is some blue MAGA fucking weirdo. This is some, like, neolib fucking dip-ass. From, like, some random poll talking about, like, Hassan Piker. Like, again, like, what relevance is this? Who the fuck cares, dude?
But for the people that are living with their parents, he's at plus 30.
Yeah, I'm sure this shocks nobody. The people who are into this stuff and have all...
Hey, how many... listen, why don't we do the same fucking poll there for fucking Asmongold viewers? I'm just saying.
All these dumb luxury beliefs about how society should work can get away with believing stupid stuff because they're being shielded from the negative consequences of those beliefs by people who take care of them. Who would have thought that people whose parents pay for everything would be into the idea of getting free shit from the government? I mean, taxpayers. Well, the net taxpayers. This is yet again why I'm such a self-improvement addict, because I want people to pull themselves out of these situations so they can start living their lives instead of being destitute for like 10 years after they graduate high school and taking up role models who promote the worst values.
And I think there's things about each...
Like, yeah, dude, totally. You really care about the self-improvement sort of thing here, dude. Yeah, totally. You're not trying to use that as the fucking poison pill for your fucking stupid propagandistic nonsense. Think before you sleep.
Person that are admirable, but you shouldn't look at people to be role models. You should look at actions as things to model yourself after, rather than trying to completely copy an individual and then take everything that they do and make it yourself. So that's it.
He's right to say that because
unfortunately, here's the thing with what Asmongold is saying. It's called parasociality, dumbass. People don't fucking do that. Why? Parasocial fucking relationships. That's just not how any of this works.
People are complicated and flawed, and nobody has the perfect life, no matter how much they try to portray it that way. In fact, the more perfect people show themselves to be on social media, the more likely I think there's some secret that they're trying to hide. I mean, says the guy who defends rapists.
It says the guy who has barely gone to Japan, probably doesn't even speak Japanese himself, and like LARPs and pretends like he knows everything about Japan, even though he probably hasn't read all that much, and he has only gone on one trip in there or something. Like, okay, bro, like seriously. Yeah, self-improvement. Dude argued for his side to get things for free with no hard work and looks up to Asmongold, who has, by the way, gotten a bunch of things for free because he used to live on fucking welfare. But whatever.
I do think that Asmongold is right when he says that you should pay attention to the aspects of people that make them admirable. Not just because it will allow you to learn that behavior from them, but also because seeing the good in people will generally just make you a more positive and more likable person. I think if you pay...
Asmongold saying this when there's hardly any fucking positives to him whatsoever, when the only positive that Asmongold fans point to him specifically is saying, bro, he's just like me for real, like Denji in the fucking TV screen.
Pay attention. Probably everybody has some sort of positive aspect or redeeming quality, despite their flaws. Wait, what the hell? As I was finishing this video, Edie uploaded a post criticizing Islamic countries for child marriage. Holy shit, I can't believe we found a Wokey with a humanizing feature. It's been a while. But why are you in favor of mass immigration if you have this take? The whole point of border security is to keep things like child marriage and child trafficking out of the...
Okay. Hey, think before you sleep. I know that you're not very intelligent, okay? And that things are very difficult for you to understand. Immigrants, when they move to a country, in order to not get deported from that country, are more likely to integrate and follow the laws of said country and get rid of those old backwards cultural beliefs that they had. Whoa, oh my, oh, whoa, what a fucking shock, dude. Whoa, what a revelation here from Think Before You Sleep, who doesn't understand the basics of immigration because, again, Nazi.
The West. I definitely did not expect her to criticize Islam, but I still don't like her, though. And to continue what Asmongold was saying, first of all, he's talking about Hassan Piker, of all people, saying that he's a role model.
The reason why I think whenever...
How can you be a decent role model? You literally support terrorists, you pay for sex, and you just sit in your room all day advocating for terrorism. Like, how's that being a decent role model?
Yeah, man, totally. And not Asmongold, who sits in his room all day in a festering pile of his own shit, eating a bunch of fucking junk food. Again, very funny that fucking Think Before You Sleep is using Asmongold, and he's an advocate for self-improvement, when all that Asmongold does is waft away in his own shit, eats junk food literally all fucking day, and just, like, sits there fucking streaming like a little fucking gremlin, barely going outside. Stupid.
Right, but I think a part of the...
Yeah, also, you pay for sex. Yeah, well, Kaisei. Now, I'm just saying. Not the only fucking OnlyFans quote-unquote whore that he's had a relationship with.
The reason that people look past stuff like this and have overly idealistic views of social media influencers is because they just don't have a lot of life experience. So it comes as a shock when a favorite influencer...
Fucking, again, says Think Before You Sleep.
Yours criticizes some other influencer that you don't like, only to later find out that he was kind of doing a lot of the same shit that he was criticizing. Understand that influencers are some of the most poorly socially adjusted people because we are often rewarded for doing things that are socially inappropriate.
Uno, reverse card, Think Before You Sleep. Yeah, literally Japan has a history of child abuse and sexual exploitation that they are still doing today, where Asmongold is with a girl that is a sex worker or e-girl. Yeah, exactly there, IDC, but Think Before You Sleep doesn't care because he's a hypocrite.
Particular being a great example of someone who is constantly rewarded for antisocial behavior. Or even me, people get really pissed off when I talk over movies and TV shows in my personal life, but if you talk over people's content on YouTube, it'll get you over 1 million subscribers. The point is that being likable matters.
Yeah, because... Yeah, Think Before You Sleep, known for being likable. Bro, you're not fucking likable. You just say what people want to hear. That's it. Same with Asmongold. The reason why they have such popularity and prominence that they do, especially amongst right-wingers, is because right-wingers don't want to critically think. They want to be a part of a cult. That's it.
Not being liked by other people will have a severely negative impact on your life, especially if it makes you so desperate that you'll accept anyone who's willing to be around you. And what I find personally for people who have trouble being liked by others is that it's not about what they...
Again, just Think Before You Sleep, who has... One of his girlfriends with fucking Britney... Okay, whatever.
Should do. It's more about what they should stop doing. And really, those tend to be the more challenging things to fix. As difficult as it is, it's much easier to say I should go to the gym 3 times a week than it is to say, hey, if I want to lose weight, maybe I should stop eating so much damn food. You know, exercising is the easier thing to do because all the fat acceptance flunkies constantly virtue signal about taking a yoga class.
Quick reminder, this is how Think Before You Sleep got his popularity, by being like a weirdo about fat acceptance and all this shit. Again, and overblowing the quote-unquote fat acceptance movement. Again, it's not about fat acceptance. It's just not how that fucking works. It's fucking stupid. Boy Meets Mindy, can you drop the Discord link in the in YouTube chat? The reason why I do have a Discord link, of course, but I don't put it into any of my YouTube socials, IDC, because we get a lot of unsavories, and I've had Nazi raids from Stormfront coming from like Stormfront and stuff like that. We've had Nazi raids in the Discord before, so I don't put it in the YouTube for that reason. Brittany Venti and TBYS have broken up over a year ago. I wonder why Think Before You Sleep now has this particular obsession with self-improvement. I'm just saying, very often with a lot of these people, especially with right-wing fucking weirdos, like Think Before You Sleep, it's projection.
But never about how they stopped eating candy 5 times a day. Last, I also think people see this philosophically as something like it takes 10 positive behaviors to outweigh a negative behavior. Bad behavior really stands out to people, so I think it's much better to start by spending more focus on learning how to limit negative things that you do as you search for positive things to implement. Anyway, thanks.
Like, I mean, you fucking did doxing of a bunch of people, but whatever. Shouldn't really expect anything less from this Nazi schizophrenic known as Think Before You Sleep, who says that Asmongold is a role model for fucking self-improvement when Asmongold does not do anything for self-improvement. Used a young girl's suicide in order to do his like dumb fuck propaganda talking points to try to get a dig on Evie, and barely understands how Japanese culture functions, barely understands the problems of the Japanese economy, and barely also fucking understands any of the fucking talking points about antisocial behavior when he himself also appeals to a bunch of antisocial fucking weirdos. Think Before You Sleep is nothing more than a massive fucking goddamn hypocrite who fundamentally believes in absolutely nothing. Fuck this disgusting pile of dog shit. And in reality, if Freeran saw your dumbass aura, she would look at you and call you the demon that you are. Think Before You Sleep. Ugh, that was good. I needed to get that fucking Think Before You Sleep out of here, the video the fuck out of here, because we've had that one on the docket for a while, and like I thought, he was particularly bad on that one. Shouldn't be really surprising whatsoever. Yeah, got you. It's just that I have a lot to say, and just letting you know, I got a lot of info that adds to his BS out alone. Well, go ahead and put it in the fucking Discord. I don't know. Maybe I should make like an info dump section. I mean, I do have it in like content suggestions. Whatever. Just put it wherever. But welcome, of course. Welcome to the Discord, folks. Can you delete the Boy Meets Mini? Delete the Discord message within YouTube chat. I think we had a bot join and got like immediately fucking yeeted by Discord. Because that's the thing that happens all the time. All right. I just want to put together this path real quick. I also had the Steven Crowder video up today that's been making the waves. I don't think we're going to have enough time to get to it, because we have to talk about Abdul al-Sayed. Our boy. Our boy Abdul. Alright, universal path time. But listen, the thumbnail, it's perfect. I was talking about this with my ex-roommate, who was a big freerun head. Part of the reason why we started so late is because I wanted to ask him some questions about freerun specifically, because I haven't watched the anime myself. But I was looking to just ask some clarifying questions, and he said, like, yeah, you're pretty much, like, on the money, and then he gave me some additional details. I'm like, fantastic, excellent. The thing specifically with, the thumbnail, the idea, a lot of the right-wingers use the freerun jail scene to talk about, like, you know, the evils of demons and whatnot. It's going to be that scene with that specific quote that freerun has. And it's going to be Think Before You Sleep and probably Mac herself in the thumbnail on either side. It's It's beautiful, it's simple, and it gets the fucking point across exactly. Chefs, I gotta say, I've been cooking with a bunch of fucking thumbnails recently. I have to say, I have been really cooking. I've been cooking up something fucking fierce with a bunch of thumbnails. We're getting attacked. They love that scene by misinterpreting its favors, not understanding that the character is talking about them. Yep. I brought that up pretty much exactly. Because I haven't watched Free Run myself, right? I'll say this, I admit it. I admit it in the video itself. I have not watched it, but I know exactly the scene they're talking about. Like, pretty much exactly. The conflation that they're doing is they're saying that all immigrants are fucking demons. Which, again, there's just no evidence to say that it is the case, right? It's just like, okay. And because in the minds of the right-winger, they do think that all immigrants are fucking demons. What are immigrants doing for the most part? Living their lives and trying to get jobs in order to fucking successfully integrate into the societies that these guys love to constantly say they're not properly integrating into. So it's just like, okay, like you keep claiming that all these people are not integrating whatsoever when all the studies say actually the exact opposite. We have studies for this, of course, but Think Before You Sleep does not care about any of that whatsoever. Doesn't give a shit, but whatever. And will consistently lie about those studies anyways, even if he did have an understanding for as to what those studies were about. But whatever. Think Before You Sleep doesn't care, because he's a liar. Alright, kill that guy. Trump's words got auto-modded. What got auto-modded? What? What was I saying? Something hypocrisy of Think Before You Sleep. Yeah, the whole interpretation they have of the free run scene, specifically with the jail scene, where she's talking about how demons are evil. The thing is that it is established within the story itself of free run that yes, demons are ontologically evil. Period. End of story. My buddy was telling me about a part within the anime talking about a demon kid. Where the demon kid was still doing fucking terrible shit to fucking humans. What it was exactly, do we need to specify? It's not exactly necessary to the sort of main point. Basically, he was saying that, yeah, it's to show that the demons themselves, yes, are absolutely fucking they are just forces of evil, and they are just period, end of story, bad. The problem is, with the right-wingers, is that they are doing the conflation. The problem is the fact that, yes, demons themselves are evil, but does that mean that immigrants themselves are evil? Well, no, not exactly. That's not how any of that works, logically speaking. Because any of the fucking right-wingers that are making those arguments and making those fucking claims have failed to provide any of the fucking evidence to say that, quote-unquote, all immigrants are fucking demonic. They have provided zero evidence for any of those fucking claims. So then, the only reason... Oh, excuse me. That you can, the only reason why they make those fucking claims is because it's a part of their sort of, political ideology. They're liars. When in reality, they have provided zero evidence for any of their claims. You call out, like, okay, well, where's the evidence for any of your claims? They'll bring up random fucking anecdotes about some random shit that they've probably seen on fucking TikTok. And it's just like, okay, well, that doesn't really like maintain any of the standards that people would expect from any sort of individual or like sort of like academic like paper or research or whatever that most people would expect for providing an evidence for like providing any form of evidence for any fucking claim. You point that out, they get mad and will try to play like semantics games in order to try to get away with the fact that they tried to do a racism, failed, and that you basically got a bunch of fucking that they got fucking called out for it, right? These people are fucking liars. For all of the simping that they do to Freerin, talking about how Freerin thinks that all of the quote-unquote foreign invader demons are all ontologically evil, when in reality, if Freerun were to look at the behaviors of these people, she would basically call them fucking demons as well, ideologically speaking. They don't understand, and they're too stupid to understand that, unironically speaking, Freerun is calling them out. But the problem is that we're dealing with right-wingers here. Right-wingers don't give a shit about any of this, in form of media interpretation or media analysis, because if they actually did care about doing proper media analysis and actually understanding the fucking mediums that they pretend to care about and simp so much for the most part, they would fucking hate them. But here's the thing with right-wingers. For all of them, and this is, we're gonna fucking borrow this from our good old pal Remnant. Remnant has said before that left-wingers are the only ones who use media and media interpretation in order to talk about their or use that as essentially a system in order to talk about their sort of political predilections, and it's all about power games and interpretation, or doing everything possible in order to talk about their political side and use that in a sort of like political game. Here's a funny thing with what with Remnant saying that. He's correct when he's saying that, but it describes the fucking right wing. Yeah, he's using the incorrect fucking ideology. It is only the right-wingers who specifically will use the interpretations that they have in media in order to push their particular propagandistic fucking narratives. He's a hypocrite for saying that stuff. But then again, we are talking specifically here about Remnant, a guy who barely understands what grifting is, who doesn't understand how left-leaning content works, and also doesn't really seem to understand much at all in terms of why artwork and media analysis exists in the form that it exists in, and why it's mostly left-leaning content creators who do media analysis. Because for right-wingers, they don't like critical thinking and engaging in subjective thought. If they were to engage in that form of thinking and subjective thought, they would no longer be right-wingers. Like I've said before, a prerequisite for being a right-winger is to engage in the death of subjectivity. You must kill the subjective and critical thinking parts of your brain in order to be able to even become a fucking right-winger. That is an absolute necessity for them to justify their idiotic fucking political ideology. Because otherwise, it's incongruent, it's oxymoronic, and it barely makes any fucking sense. But do a lot of right-wingers, generally speaking, care about that? Absolutely the fuck not. Because we're dealing with a collection of fucking absolute hypocrites. These are people who could give less of a flying fuck at all in terms of their political predilections and ideology. For them, it's all about power. Fundamentally speaking, that is literally it. These people who talk about how migrants are ontologically fucking evil are they themselves ontologically evil because they barely understand any, and I mean any, of the fucking properties that they pretend to care about. They barely understand the reasons for as to why certain people think the way that they do and operate in these sort of like manners that they do, because they are not interested in learning any of that, because it is incongruent with their fucking belief system, which is all about, fundamentally speaking, gaining power for themselves. These people, again, never let a fucking right-winger ever tell you that they are the morally correct or ethical ones for their nonsensical, and I mean nonsensical fucking belief system, which inherently doesn't believe in reality in order to justify and perpetuate itself. Like, stupid. The amount that I despise fucking right-wingers in terms of just how stupid and hypocritical that these people are is on another level. They believe, fundamentally speaking, in nothing. Because to be a right-winger, you must believe in nothing. It is absolutely necessary for that poison, that ideology, quote-unquote, to be able to self-perpetuate itself. It's... As you can very well tell, I don't like right-wingers very much. Okay, I want to just make these explosives, and then we'll talk about Abdul al-Sayed. I'll go grab some water, stretch my legs, and do all of that good stuff. Reminds me of these people cry about wokeness in media as indoctrination. We have the cartoons that Daily Wire made that even their own people didn't like. That's a great point there, IDC. Yep, 1,000% there. And by the way, what ended up making the Daily... Because now we know from Jeremy Boring, what ended up making the Daily Wire go broke was another one of their fucking movie projects. These, like, wannabe theater kids wanted so badly to be Hollywood movie writers, and they were so fucking bad at it, they made the company that they made go fucking bankrupt as a result of being such terrible fucking movie writers. It's just... It's cinema. Let me tell you, it's just fucking cinema that this happened to fucking right-wingers. It's just absolutely fucking perfect. You love to see it. You love to fucking see it. Ladies, gentlemen, and those in between. If the right-winger suffers, that means all is okay and good in life. Because these motherfuckers deserve to suffer. I probably don't need to do these particularly crazy paths at the moment, but I'm here and that's why I'm doing them. I mean, we'll eventually need all these quartz products for various things in the future, but for now we just want to make explosives and then head to the next phase. Release the Daily Wire and the Brett Cooper Snow White movie. I completely forgot about that. Holy shit. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, they were going to have a Snow White parody with Brett Cooper as Snow White. Holy shit. I completely forgot about that. Yo. The Daily Wire fail yet? No, not yet. But it's failing. But as far as I know, it's not failed yet. But it's not looking good for Ben Shapipi's wet-ass pussy. I have a wet-ass pussy, let me tell you. The Snow White movie, or the one that apparently ended up, as Jeremy Boring said, bankrupting the company? Which one? Snow White? As far as I know, no. I mean, if it did finish, there would have been some kind of discourse about it. But I've not heard of anything, so I'm just going to operate under the assumption that it's not finished. Excuse me. TBYS himself has argued having LGBTQ characters existing in Degrassi is proof that children are getting groomed and raped to be LGBT because gay people just exist in a show. I listen, it's not surprising they're from fucking... Think Before You Sleep. But I mean, unironically, I think Think Before You Sleep has done the whole fucking meme of saying, oh, I wonder why Hollywood keeps putting all these fucking black actors and interracial relationships within a lot of media and shows. That sure is a very Hollywood thing for them to do. Pepe. Yeah, he's done the whole, he's done Judeo-Bolshevism and all that fucking bullshit. He's done all of it. He is a massive fucking liar. And again, Nazi. He is a Nazi. Okay, all that's left to do is... Gotta make this path. Make the truck. Or rather, make the tractor. And then that will be explosives. Boom. Alright, path complete. Turn on the coal, we'll have fuel, and then Make the tractors, and then we'll be done. Okay, I didn't want to do that. I need to get rid of this. If I do decide to put more tractors on this path, probably not, but maybe, mayhaps, perhaps. Listen, these the natural paths are all here. Why do I need to change anything? There you go. Okay. That will avoid any potential for deadlocks. We don't want deadlocks because there could be potential for a deadlock there. Because when there's a green path, it means, or the green appears on the path there, what that basically means is, hey, trucks can potentially cross paths here, and it could potentially cause quote-unquote signal problems, is what I'll use the term for if we're talking about like Factorio, which could have been a potential there for a deadlock. This stuff is all fine because it's properly. This is just a junction, like a T junction. But yeah, how they cry about white people being harmed until it was white people who are anti-ICE, like Renee Nicole Good. Yup. You know, like listen, we love whiteys, but you know, not the anti-racist whiteys. Those guys are like cucked to I don't know, like Judeo-Bolshevism or whatever the fuck. Yeah, you know, standard bullshit like that. Stupid. It's because these racists believe in a caste system? Oh, they most certainly do. Alright, now we run back. I should be probably using... Okay. I'm gonna be smart for once in my life. Yeah, you're gonna be mad. We're going to use our brains and use the large electric poles because I'm smart. I'm very smart, folks, let me tell you. They're calling me the smartest man alive. They're calling me a super genius, folks. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Anyone who's not a part of their anti-WASP caste is someone that they hate. That is true. Listen, for all of the listen, if we're gonna do some free run memes, okay? For all of the you know, these creatures, these right wingers, you know, just we're being a little edgy, okay? We're gonna do the meme, okay? We're doing the meme. Pepe posting. We're Pepe posting. We're Pepe posting. For all of the like constant talk of how these motherfuckers love Free Ren, for her sort of like interpretation about demons, and then just doing the whole sort of like shtick about, oh yeah, these guys are definitely she's definitely talking about migrants here, absolutely. A lot of these motherfuckers love to behave in the exact same ways of that the demons they pretend to hate so much act, you know. They'll endorse acts of evil or whatnot, acts of evil and whatnot, blah 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 blah. For what purpose exactly? Oh, because they don't care. No standards, no policies. My roommate, my old roommate, says that Free Run is good. He said that he's watched it 3 times. Then again, to stipulate, my old roommate is. Sort of like he's like a normie, but is like a very progressive Christian, or like a liberal Christian, I'd say. Oh, I fucking hate Kongmin Lee. You know, Kongmin Lee is the type of dude who I hope has a very, very, I I hope Kongmin Lee is having a great time trying to find a job. You know, personally, Pepe. Yeah, the whole when Kongmin Lee got fucking fired was so funny. That shit was hilarious. Okay, we're gonna use some of the coal that we load as fuel as well. Alright, we're gonna do some cheese. We're gonna do a little bit of cheese here. First off, let's move this. Wait, you got hired by Benny Johnson? I guess Benny Johnson has a token e-boy wannabe Korean. So you can be like gay over or something. I'm just saying. Now that's a Pepe post right there. Listen, I'm not going to say anything, but listen, Kongmin Lee, if you ever hear, don't be alone in a room with Benny Johnson. He may have some interesting thoughts. I'm just saying. Oh, that fucking massive asshole fucking respawn. Man, fuck you. They never expect the stutter step. Alright. This is what we call in the business pillar tactics. Hey, get back here. Ow. Asshole. How the fuck did I miss that shot? Alright. Alright, I'll put this shit together and turn it all on. And then make explosives. Make explosives. The crystals are, or rather the quartz are all integrated now with the broader fucking network. So those are ready to be pulled at any point in time. The only other thing to basically take care of is just, whatchamacallit, is, the, I was gonna say explosives, the, peat earth. We're gonna become, oh, excuse me, we're gonna become farmers again. I love the farmers, folks. The ever loyal farmer, folks. I love farmers. You love farm. I love farmers. I'm a big farmer. I farm a lot of things, folks. Scott Bessent's also a farmer. You know that, right, folks? I'm waiting for the day Kongman quits because of Benny's white-splaining. That'd be funny. It'll be one of those things where, like, oh how the troll tolls, you know, that kind of a deal. Oh, I definitely fucking missed. Whatever, I'm too lazy to fucking fix that. But yeah, that'll very much so be a how the troll tolls. Boom. Lovely. Wait, was Kongman Lee an actor? If Kongman Lee was an actor, that would explain a lot. Well, okay. No, actually it wouldn't explain a lot. That would be like, oh yeah, that's like the least surprising thing on the fucking planet because that always fucking happens. Whoa, failed actor becomes right-wing grifter. What? Oh my god. I don't know much about like Kongmin Lee's sort of like background. I just know he's like basically wrong about everything. I see a take from Kongmin Lee, and I just automatically operate under the assumption that it's probably wrong. Wait, he was in Lady Ballers? 3 short films and joined Daily Wire to film Lady Ballers. That's fucking funny, dude. Wait, was he... Wait, it was Kongmin Lee basically mad about the fact that he didn't get instantaneous success from, like, those short films or something? Kongmin Lee, that's the fucking actor standard there, buddy. Hello? Okay, bro. And I have to say, Boy Meets Mini, daisy chaining. I'm a fan. I like daisy chaining. Boom. I can just, instead of having to get a power line up there, boom, I can just connect to that light. There we go. We got the coal. That's good shit right there. That's good shit. It's good. Oh, these are the wrong fucking miners. We have level 1 miners here, not level 2. These are level 2 miners. Those are both Mark 1s. Saves so much cable as well. That's definitely true. Talk about being an actor and has an IMDb. Panobi? I have no idea what the fuck that is. I'm just gonna assume dumb fuck. I mean, if they're on PragerU, they're probably just an idiot. Yeah, I was about to... Okay, listen, I didn't want to... I was about to do a little bit of critical racist theory and say, Boy Meets Mini, do you know who the fuck that is? Who the fuck is this Amala individual? I've never heard of this Amala individual in my life. Alright, Miner Mark 2... Miner Mark 2. Get rid of that. Defended Kongmin Lee at first when Asian hate crimes happened, but that happened. Then took it back after I knew the person he truly was later on about it. Good thing I don't follow him. That's fair. Listen. One of my good Ottawa friends, she too also defends, I was a Nigerian American. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Boy Spinny. She also defended Andy No, right, for a lot of the Asian hate crime stuff. Which, again, is, like, reasonable, but I had to tell her, saying, like, yeah, I mean, that's, like, fine and all that. Like, that's not a problem, right, that I have specifically with Andy No. The problem with Andy No is that he's a fucking propagandist, right? He, like, spread a bunch of, like, bullshit about black people, about, quote-unquote, Antifa, or whatever. Aunt-Tifa. Remember, everyone salute your local Auntie-Tifa. Pepe. What was I saying? So I basically had to like give her a little bit of a lowdown. Let's just a couple details saying like, yeah, you know, don't trust anything that comes out of the mouth of Andy No. He lies all the fucking time. He's a pretty big fucking propagandist. Just, you know, just to be wary. You know, just a little thing to keep in mind. Yep, he's doxed peaceful protesters. He's doxed people. Like, yeah, Andy No is a bit of a wretch. Okay, so that's going to be our good pal Tractor. Grab some coal. Not from here. Grab it from here. This coal will be also used to fuel the other vehicles we need as well. So we can have a little bit of stress relief from the main coal nodes we're using. Forgot about Andy. Dude became irrelevant real fast. Oh yeah, it's because what does he work for? The Post Millennial, which is the rag he basically runs. That shit lost like all prominence like back in like during around the George Floyd days, because he tried to do everything possible to, I don't know, maintain some form of like relevance or prominence in terms of that specifically, but it just wasn't. Really was not sticking. Let's see. This should be coal load 4. And then it should be coal unload explosives. It surely won't get very confusing once I add way more fucking stations. Yeah, chuds are not... Yeah, for them, reading is a... reading is something that's difficult for them. Alright, it's a coal unload, black powder. Right. And unfortunately, yes, these are all fucking T's, and I don't have any fucking roundabouts. That's a little annoying. Not the end of the world. That's fine. Coal load, it's also being used, doubling as fuel. That's fine. I'm not gonna fix it. I'm not gonna bother to fix it. Okay, we enable autopilot, no fuel. Set the load, lovely. Alright, open you up. Alright, get to work. Reminds me about another Asian right-wing grifter named Decoy, where he still grifts, of course. But he got a lot of YouTube subs, and I barely interact with his channels, but I know him. Okay. Never heard of this Decoy individual. But I'm just gonna okay. A lot of the problem with like covering a lot of like right-winger content is that there's so much of it on purpose. Because, you know, flood the zone, gotta get as much bullshit out there as possible. Making it impossible, because it takes, like, an order of magnitude way longer to debunk all the bullshit in comparison of creation of it. It's Moore's law of bullshit, basically. So very often it's, like, basically a little futile to engage in epic debunkings. Unless, you know, you do it for fun, or that's, like, the main sort of, like, content shtick you want to go with. Or you just want to, like, make fun of these people and call them fucking stupid assholes. Yeah, tons of reasons why a lot of people do it, for various reasons, right? Yada yada yada. A lot of the problems with like engaging in the content itself, it makes it rather not engaging with it. It makes it such that it's kind of impossible to inherently debunk all that fucking bullshit. It's one of those things where it's very purposefully created to be as much of a pain in the ass as possible to epically debunk and be as like inaccurate as it is for the express purpose of, again, doing this for their own like sort of political goals, like to make the opposition too tired in order to be able to, in a metaphorical sense, push back against all the, well, bullshit they keep saying. It's one of those things where it's just like, that's very insidious. And I mean, it works. Debunking right-wing shit is fucking annoying. Because you need a lot of prior fucking knowledge for a lot of their bullshit. After that whole H3 lawsuit filing in Noah and Denham's, TBYS should have taken down his post advocating for a false lawsuit. He won't. because he still wants the lawsuits to be successful, even though, like, I mean, he'll huff copium about it, but I mean, he still wants the lawsuits to be successful, but they aren't. So he's just like, cope and seethe, Jack, cope and seethe. All right, lovely. All I need is just enough coal to be able to kickstart, and that will be explosives. Recreating our explosives, and then we can finally move on to the next phase. That'll be tomorrow when we move on to the next phase. I did not make my vehicle paths. Can we... I don't want the path to be like that. Whatever. It's too annoying and stupid. Alright. In you go. You are meant to pick up sulfur. That is your purpose. Your purpose is sulfur. Did I name this thing? No. Wish I could rename this thing. God damn it. Sulfur unload black powder. Coal. Keep going. SPAMS. Literally videos of slandering and lying about the Birdman every time. Oh, you're a Birdman fan as well. Epic. We too are also enthusiasts of the bird. Although apparently, from what I understand, he did like a doxing of a cancer patient who's like a fan of Yellow Flash or something. I mean, that's kind of shitty. That's pretty bad if that's the case. That's pretty bad. It's not good. Doxing is bad. I mean, otherwise, like, Birdman's, like, pretty alright. Alright, so pipe. Load. I didn't call it pipe load, I called it just pipe. Pipe unload explosives. Coal. Enable autopilot. Take your fuel. Get. Yeah, what Birdman did was stupid, just overreaching. Wasn't doxing, but he used the wrong pick. They explained that in his recent video. Gotcha. Because I also did feel like, yeah, this is, the reaction to it was not particularly great. Gotcha. The only other thing we need to concern ourselves with is just with the peat, and that's about it. The only claim about cancer originated from Yellow Flash, so high chance it's a lie too, but I don't know. So the cancer claim is originating from Yellow Flash. Yeah, it's entirely possible he's lying, but we don't know exactly. Birdman has not presented any countervailing evidence to say that the dude is not a cancer patient, but Yellow Flash is a known fucking liar. And probably doesn't have that information himself because he's an American citizen and HIPAA laws exist. So, yada, yada, yada. Right, okay. I need to somehow integrate a roundabout somewhere. People that are attacking him with this claim were associated with Kinoflex, who did they accuse the Birdman by doxing SK and other. Yes, I do know. I am vaguely aware of Kinoflex, who's just like basically a weird, weird slop anti-woke, YouTuber. I tend not to really cover those guys that much on my channel, to be honest, because like to a certain extent, it's a lot of the exact same thing with a lot of those guys in particular. So I get it's pretty boring. Like, listen, you can only talk so much about like, no, it's not forced diversity if a director ultimately decides to have a fucking black person be a part of their fucking movie. It's just not like, I don't care. Shut up. Like, claims like that just get so fucking boring, man. It's like, ugh. It's the same fucking dumbass propaganda. It's stupid, it's boring, and I fucking hate it. It's like, just literally just say anything else. I forgot to do these. It's part of my junctions. Oopsie. It's supposed to be a T junction, but that's not even making a T. There we go. And just like that. That should be explosives. What is this, Boing Smitty? Afghan monarchist genocide Hazara. What the fuck is this? We're doing some fucking memes or something. Okay. Also, Boy Meets Mini. I didn't know that Blue Sky has annoying pedants. I will never again interact with individuals on Blue Sky. We're dealing with annoying pedants. Fuck that. I knew there was a reason why I don't fucking interact on that fucking platform. Why are you talking about StarCraft 2 when I was specifically talking about StarCraft? How the fuck am I supposed to know if you don't specify it's StarCraft 1, dumbass? It's a very, very common thing. It's understandable for someone to get confused about it. Because you didn't specify. I don't know, go fuck yourself, idiot. Like, nice meme. Alright, we got explosives again. Hooray. In StarCraft 2, the more popular one? It's the more modern game. It's more well-known. Yes, in a technical respect, it's more popular because it's free. You want to talk about what caused the revival in like StarCraft 2 competitive, and everything? The fact that it went free to play. So guess what? If you have you got a BattleNet, you got a Blizzard account, just pick up StarCraft 2. It's free. All expansions, everything. It's all available. Blizzard milked the money that they wanted out of that property, and now it doesn't make any more money. They milked it. That's that. But pretty much there's only one thing left for me to take care of in Phase 2, and that is the peat earth mining. It's gonna happen over there. And then we can move to the next phase. Finally. Next fucking phase. Yay. Woo. We did it. How exciting. We'll take care of that tomorrow. We'll take care of all of our farming desires and needs tomorrow. It's 3 in the morning. Fuck my life. Okay.
Oh, good. You're getting more based by the day.
Listen, probably about 100 hours of this playthrough of, you know, in-game time has just been building nothing but fucking infrastructure. And we got there. Barely. But we did get there. We did get there. Alright. I'm going to go grab some water. I'm going to stretch my legs. And then we will talk about the final thing de jour. That's Abdul al-Said. Anywho. Grab water. Stretch my legs. Go to the bathroom. Do all that good stuff. Be right back, gamers. Alright. We're back. Alright, save the damn game. We'll have to do Stevo Crowder tomorrow. Continuing to do the Dunkings until morale improves. True, Big Jerry. So true. This will be a short one. Was a fun stream. Definitely would come back to chat or whatever, but I definitely got on my these videos I've been holding in for a while myself. This is fair, you know. Editing, whatnot, takes time. Rendering, mostly rendering. Good thing about the videos that I make, you don't have to put in a ton of editing effort. Don't really have to. It's not that bad. I always do just a once through every single time. On all of my videos, depending on how long they are. Yeah, just depending on how long they are. It's always good to do a once through, cut out some stuff that's unnecessary, blah 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 blah. You know, shit like that. All right, let's get started. Well, Abdul al-Said still, of course, running the Democratic primary to become the Democratic nominee of Michigan. And, well, are we seeing perhaps a little bit of trouble in paradise for our boy Abdul? Is the metaphorical centrist Voltron about to be assembled to try to take down the big, scary progressive? Woo! Or the DSA candidate? Has he been endorsed by Michigan DSA? I assume. Whatever. Not particularly relevant or whatever. But all of the, establishment fucking ghouls coming out of the woodwork in order to support Abdul al-Said. Here's Gretchen Whitmer, who was the once popular governor of Michigan. And then this photo exactly happened. And then all of a sudden her popularity started tanking. Yikes! Yeah, couldn't meet the rubber on the road when it was really fucking necessary. Genuinely, an absolutely fucking embarrassing photo here, specifically Gretchen Whitmer, the big Gretch, as some may call her. Listen, it's a massive L, and she's also, from what I understand, not having some particularly great, shall we say, policies happening within Michigan, so, I guess unfortunate for her there. But also, Jim Clyburn, our favored metaphorical Grim Reaper of progressives, pretty much like one of the main guys who basically exists to do, like, I'm trying to think of what the correct term is, like, black old guard, representation of, like, the black old guard that exists within the Democratic Party, who will basically just go alongside any, establishment sort of, like, candidate and whatnot, and is pretty shit himself. A civil rights icon who is voting to support Israel. Yeah, let that fucking sink in. The more important thing to focus on all of this is, of course, that there has been, shall we say, a lot of fucking polling that's been coming out recently, because, again, I'm just going to say this real fucking quick. The primary for Abdul al-Said is going to be this coming Tuesday. And this primary is quite fucking important. Because, first off, this is for a Senate seat. So there's that. And this is in a swing state. It's a part of the blue wall states. But in reality, this is more of a fucking swing state. Michigan is, of course. And if Abdul al-Said, someone who is outright progressive, outright left-leaning is able to win in this state. The blue MAGA sort of talking point of all the, progressives can't win in fucking swing states. Nyeh, nyeh, nyeh. They can't win in purple states or red states or whatever. Nyeh, nyeh, nyeh. That talking point completely and utterly evaporates away. So, and also, it's not a good talking point to begin with, because let's be honest here, neoliberal candidates, very well known for winning within purple seats and purple districts and purple states, especially in 2024 and in 2016, and didn't need the backlash from the terrible policies of the Republican Party to have that necessary oomph in order to be able to get across the fucking finish line. So, whatever. Yeah, Greg Casar wins in fucking Texas, but none of these dumbasses will ever talk about that. Maxwell Frost, for example, also wins in fucking Florida, but whatever. Do any of these people care? No, they don't. But yeah, currently Abdul Al-Sayed's leading Haley Stevens by 15 points from an Emerson College poll, which is pretty much like one of the gold standards in terms of polling for the United States of America, and the margin is 54 to 39%. Woof! That's not good. There's also like direct comparisons in terms of how Abdul Al-Sayed has been doing throughout the entirety of the race, and it's been nothing but a straight shot up. Not looking particularly great there for Haley Stevens, who struggled initially, but then only became the centrist candidate after Mallory McCuomo ended up dropping out. A separate 6% of respondents said they were undecided, while 2% backed Senator Mallory McCuomo. Factoring in undecided Democratic voters who were asked who they lean on, aka that's what the term leaners is. Sounds like a slur. I don't like that term, I'm going to be honest here. 57% support Al-Sayed, while Stevens sat at 41%. Yikes. Even amongst these undecided voters are leaning towards, 16-point difference for Abdul Al-Sayed. Not great, not great. Similar to that of course, Democratic primary voters, 15%. Oof, yikes, 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 yikes. Of course, the various sort of like endorsements have come in. I don't even know who the fuck these people are yet. It's to replace Gary Peters, who no one really likes. Gretchen Whitmer, former Senator Debbie Stainbaugh have backed Stevens. Al-Sayed, a former Wayne County public health official, was held in the toss-up race. Spencer Kimball, executive director of Emerson College Polling, noted that Al-Sayed, who is backed by Senator Bernie Sanders and AOC, holds the upper hand with younger voters, while Stevens performs better with older voters. To just go on that point real fucking quick, because there was a collection of SoCal polls that were just released in terms of Al-Sayed's support amongst the age demographics. The only people that specifically support Haley Stevens is just 65 and plus. That is literally it. She's got all the fucking oldies. Meanwhile, every fucking young person, or younger than 65, is in heavy support of Abdul Al-Sayed. These are like, well, I was going to do the whole Assad margin memes. These aren't quite Assad numbers, but these are not good numbers here for Haley Stevens. And even just one random outlier poll in terms of these SoCal fucking polls as well. Does Oakland just have like a lot of old people living there or something? Like older black people or something? I assume that's probably the main individuals that are mostly voting in that fucking poll, if I were to take a guess. But here, there's a clear age divide in the Democratic primary. Age voters under 50 break for Al-Sayed by 42 percentage points. 42, man. Massive. And by the way, these are the guys you want to get out to fucking vote. These people right here, because they definitely outnumber those of the old guard in comparison. Which is why I've said before, like, it's not exactly like, because the reason why a lot of the elderly are basically brought out to vote specifically for the Democrats and that of also the Republican Party is because they're reliable. They will always fucking do it. That is why, right? And young voters, not necessarily reliable because of various reasons, because they actually need to have a candidate that is interesting. Most neoliberal candidates, not interesting. And also, they need to have the time in order to be able to go and do this because they're typically out, well, working. So numbers like this, good. The question is are they going to come out to vote? It's a different question, of course. Gap tightens amongst voters in their 50s to a 12-point lead. That's still not good, honestly. That's still pretty bad. Voters over 60 flipped to Stevens by a 14-point margin, which is the reliable sort of demographic there. 53 to 39%, Kimball said in a press release. Stevens, of course, leads amongst black voters, 58% support to his 38%. When undecided voters are factored in, Stevens remains ahead by 30 points by 63 to 33%. Again, the main reason for as to why this is the case is because black voters tend to skew older, generally speaking, and a lot of them are part of the quote-unquote Democratic old guard, who think that, young people, and this is like a very big generational divide amongst the black community, a lot of younger black voters tend to be progressive in comparison to that of older black voters who tend to be way more fucking conservative. Because, listen, they won the civil rights era movement, and they're kind of tired. Understandably so, of course. But here, some additional details here by David Abdul. We're not going to go through the entirety of the video. I mostly just want to go through mostly just like the collection of endorsements that Abdul al-Sayed, and also some additional details about more polls for specifically Abdul al-Sayed, because he's in a good spot, people.
Didn't work out at all. So first, this poll came out yesterday showing al-Sayed, since those endorsements, now has a 10-point lead ahead of Haley Stevens. So this shows you where things stand in this poll. Up by 5 there, Stevens down by 2, and if you include leaners in the polling, Abdul al-Sayed leading by 11 points.
That's that 14% right there.
All right, and also the favorability here is just a massive difference. Plus 40 for al-Sayed compared to plus 18 for Haley Stevens. Okay, well.
Yep, people like Abdul al-Sayed. Because again, currently, Haley Stevens is a sitting congresswoman. And guess what she decided to do last week? Oh, vote to send more money to Israel. Which a lot of people don't like.
This is bad enough for Haley Stevens. It got even worse today. This poll came out. Emerson College.
Right, we've already talked about the Emerson College polling. Here's the unironic improvement in terms of polling numbers as the race was going on. Again, for Abdul, it's only been a consistent trend upward, whereas with Haley Stevens, when she was the only other person running in this fucking race, she was in the lead, and then it went down because no one really liked her all that much, and then it started shooting up as soon as Mallory McMorrow decided to, drop out. A lot of the McMorrow voters ended up going to Haley Stevens, but also a bunch of them ended up going to Abdul al-Sayed for one reason and one reason only. It turns out the middle of the road stuff that Mallory McMorrow was doing was just not really... it was just not interesting. No one gave a shit about any of that. But the most interesting part are the undecided voters. Look at that. From 38, a consistent 38 to 36% to a 6% amount in terms of undecided voters. Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense in terms of specifically the undecided voters. Elections getting closer. They are learning about and knowing about the candidates more and more. It's less likely for them to be, of course, undecided. But here, as for the endorsements here, because David Dole, he goes over the debate. Of course, Haley Stevens is getting way more fucking AIPAC money. She has $50 million from AIPAC or something. This has been AIPAC's largest amount of fucking spending in a race in the organization's fucking history, in the PAC's history. But in terms of the fucking endorsements that Abdul al-Sayed has been getting, he's been getting some massive fucking W's.
Tons of AIPAC money. Well, Abdul al-Sayed isn't even taking corporate PAC money. So the difference here is very clear, and I'm glad voters have finally...
That's true, Boy Meets Minnie. That is how progressives can win, pick up undecideds, and engage the younger people. That's what they do.
Recognize that, and we're going to get to at the end maybe...
Because again, the largest voting constituency within the United States of America is who? Oh, the couch.
A reason, or more of a reason why they're recognizing it now than previously. But I just want to touch on endorsements first here because, first of all, Miss Rachel. The fantastic Miss Rachel, who has been a fantastic, incredible voice for children everywhere, has been an outspoken voice against genocide, has...
Yeah, quote-unquote known anti-Semite Miss Rachel, who basically just says, hey, personally, I think bombing Palestinians is a little bit of a bad thing. I find it really funny how she's become more... Because she used to not really be, like, politically active whatsoever, and then she basically said, I think being... kind to all children is actually a good thing. A pretty, like, reasonable stance for anyone who's normal to basically hold. But she's essentially been forced into becoming, well, engaged with more politics more and more because of the fact that all of the, like, weirdo right-wingers and blue MAGA types are essentially saying, no, actually, turning kids into mulch in Palestine is definitely justified and good, and you're absolutely an anti-Semite for saying that actually Palestinian children have humanity, which is just like, okay, man, like, you're the ones who are coming out as, like, complete fucking psychos in this interaction.
Fact, Abdul al-Sayed. But the endorsement pages, this is where we get to an interesting thing I noticed on the Haley Stevens page. So first, Abdul al-Sayed endorsement page here. People like, Bernie Sanders, Warren, Chris Van Hollen, who I really believe is going to run for president based on his recent moves, what he's been saying, how he's been operating.
I can agree with this. And honestly, if Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez ends up not running for president, I think she will. Chris Van Hollen, solid second. A solid second, absolutely.
So keep an eye on that. But AOC as well, Ed
Oh, Chris Van Hollen. I always say Holland. Why do I do that?
Martina Smith. Anyways, down the list. Great list of people here backing Abdul al-Sayed. There's also local leaders. I'm not sure if I got to that headline yet, but it goes from national leaders to local leaders, and then it gets to organizations. So largely unions, but also youth groups like Sunrise Movement, Working Families Party, another political group. So good endorsements here. Awesome. What I want to show, though, is the comparison. So Abdul al-Sayed has national leaders, local leaders, then organizations.
Organizations, of course, political advocacy groups. I didn't see DSA on there. I assume the DSA Michigan. Does DSA have, like, a Michigan chapter? I assume they probably do. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, Haley Stevens basically is, like, flexing her fucking endorsements by the Democratic establishment types. And Haley Stevens, I've got bad news for you, buddy. Nobody fucking likes these guys.
Which includes labor. Haley Stevens, leadership. So these are just, political leaders. Second is clergy. Why?
Why? Okay, is Haley Stevens, like, religious or is she very religious? Does she go to church all the time or something? Why the fuck does she have a bunch of clergymen here? This is extremely fucking strange. Like, do you in reality not actually have that many endorsements? Are you not willing to put any of the, like, the labor organizations who apparently have endorsed you? A lot of those endorsements apparently that you have, as you've claimed yourself. Do you not have that on your side? Or something? Or do you not have local leaders on your side as well, Haley Stevens? Why the fuck do you have clergymen here? From what I recall correctly, clergymen are not political actors. Like, sometimes they can be, it depends, but generally speaking, not really the case. Whereas with Abdul al-Sayed, again, like, it was the national endorsements he's got, then the local endorsements that he's got, which are very important because of the necessity to be able to have support of the local community in order to be able to run for office, for higher office, of course, like for the state and whatnot. And also, like, union organizations or, like, other orgs that are political organizations that, again, are just like you have the endorsements of that, you represent the beliefs of.
It's just weird to me.
Now, I don't know why these guys are here. I'm not gonna lie.
Haley Stevens, it's such a LARPer. Like, this goes to me, and by the way, her organization is all, essentially corporate PACs. But
wait, hold on. Haley Stevens, I thought you guys had a lot of... I thought she keeps constantly talking about how she has all these, like, labor organizations that have endorsed her. Why aren't they listed here? Why aren't they listed there? That's a little interesting. What's up with that? What's with all these fucking corporate PACs that you have? Oh, there's Emily's list, that fucking Zionist rag of a fucking organization. Wait. Michigan's 13th congressional district. What the fuck is this, man? Wait, is that the congressional district that she represents? Do they actually endorse you? Do your constituents actually endorse you from Michigan 13? Yo, this is so fucking funny, dude. Jesus Christ, man. This is so fucking stupid. Checked all Michigan DSA chapters. No endorsement for Abdul, probably because he's more of a justice them. That's a good point there, Boy Meets Mini. That's true. But dude, why the fuck is Michigan's 13th there? It's so fucking weird, dude.
The corporate PACs, but like clergy, really? This is the same person who's putting out mailers on behalf or with AIPAC.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. Yeah, the mailers that she has with fucking AIPAC saying that Barack Obama has endorsed her. In fact, Barack Obama has not endorsed her. If she did, or if Barack Obama has endorsed her, why the fuck is he not listed right at the top in terms of the leadership endorsements that you got, Haley? Because guess what? You'd want to fucking flex that shit instantaneously because for whatever reason, Barack Obama is still popular within the Democratic Party for mostly worse, not for better. I was going to say for better or for worse, but mostly for worse. I've said this before, but if the Democrats want to be able to actually progress and change for the better for the future, you actively shun Barack Obama because he is extremely fucking unpopular. But whatever. That's neither here nor there. But yeah. Haley Stevens, it's still being strange and weird in terms of, I don't know, all of like mannerisms and even like lists of endorsement. Like, it shouldn't be really surprising whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? This is looking, shall we say, particularly good in terms of the voting counts, or the polling, rather, here for our boy Abdul Al-Sayed. Being 15 points up in an Emerson poll is typically a pretty good sign for someone after that really good debate performance in comparison to that of Haley Stevens, who didn't answer really any questions, would constantly deflect from questions, and also tried to come up with like some of the most pathetic digs possible on Abdul Al-Sayed, who basically has a squeaky clean record in comparison to that of Haley Stevens, who keeps sending money to AIPAC. So, or not AIPAC, to Israel, because of all the money she got from AIPAC, which has not been a very, very good look there for our girl Haley Stevens, if I do say so myself. So yeah, considering all of these facts, the fact that polling is looking pretty good, about a couple days out. Again, primary itself is August 4th. This is probably going to be one of the most important, if not the most important, Senate races to be looking out for. Senate primary races, of course, to be looking out for. And then, of course, the inevitably most important Senate primary race to also look for as well, for Abdul Al-Sayed, for hopefully his victory against that Florida man's Mike Rogers, that dope, that moron, but I digress. This is probably one of the more important races to take a look at, and it is looking quite good for Abdul Al-Sayed. But that doesn't mean it's over, of course. He still has to be carried through to the finish line, to victory, of course. And I do think he certainly has the metaphorical juice in order to be able to get across the finish line. He certainly has the polling going for him. He has the policies. And he certainly has the potential constituency going for him in order to be able to ride into a victory in this Democratic primary, which would be beneficial, of course, for everybody. Well, except for AIPAC. But fuck AIPAC. Fuck those guys. And the corporations as well. But yeah, I don't think there's like really much else to say besides it's looking good for our Abdul Al-Sayed bros. It's looking good for us out there, big bros. All right, cool. Get this fucking flashbang the fuck out of my eyes. I do also have an interview tomorrow. You know, standard stuff. Very cool, very good. Who the fuck are we rating out to today? Probably turn on the music. There it is. I see Echoplex. to Echoplex. Alright, raid messages, gamers. You know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the transfer with the Daho Rape-Butt. If you are a sub, if you're a non-sub, you say the wow with the Daho Rape-Butt. So we show appreciation. Those are in any case, gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we will be continuing with the Dunkings until morale improves, as well as yapping about whatever political news I come across and feel like yapping about. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Oh yes, and we'll be probably finally moving on to the next phase. We're finally leaving phase 2. We're gonna go to phase 3. Very cool, folks. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.